I'll be a place for you. 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 I'll be a place for you.
Jason Lennon, welcome to Night Writer. How you doing? Good to see you all. I'm going to get straight on with this. Let's bring our bestie in. This is my new best mate. We talk music all the time. I rarely get to talk to anybody about music, but Steve's into it, so it's all good. In you come, Steve.
Hey, how you doing, Flint? Great to be here. Bestie now. I love it. I love it.
How you doing, my bestie
Doing
friend?
wonderful. Thank you. Great to be alive and living the life. Living
We're,
well is the
we're
best
living large,
revenge.
mate, aren't we? Hey, we're doing it.
Hi, everybody in the chat.
Yeah, well, what I was going to do is just get straight on with saying some hellos to people in the chat, right? Rather than hanging about and all that malarkey. So we've got the wonderful Mindforked, which is Chris, Arakashi Chris,
She's awesome.
and she is indeed. Oh, oh, mate, we've just had a little chat ourselves just before the show.
And
Literally, we'd stopped chatting 2 seconds before
I've
the
got
show started.
Midnight Society in the chat. She and I are working on a project together that's going to blow people's minds. Stay
Oh,
tuned.
that's cool. That's cool. We will do. We'll all be staying tuned, won't we, JDs
Can
and
see the
gentlemen?
chat, Gray.
Yeah.
We've actually got something that we're working on together too. So I'm all
Yes,
over the
you're
place. That's the
you're a
way I
busy
work
man.
best.
You've got lots of projects on the go. Me, I've got writing for you. That's what I've got at the moment. No one else wants me.
No, that's not true.
I'm
I won the
joking, mate.
musical lottery. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that, but you know, I'm here to help. I'm here, I'm here to help you and your other channel, and anybody else's channel. If you want your channel written for, you know, like I said, I may not be the best, but at least I'm someone offering it. So, hi, Cathedra, how you doing? I wrote a song about you, and you know it.
That's a catchy song. That's been stuck in my head ever
It's
since I
gonna,
heard
it's
that
gonna.
first piano
Yeah,
version.
like I said, I hope it gets better, but you know, because I have to re-record it again because the recordings weren't very nice, and that kind of pees me off a bit because I got to do it all again. But you know, it is what it is. And then we
You
got
don't want to
there we
spoil
go.
her too much. So
No, but that's it. You know, Midnight Society. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? Another partner of Steve's. Then I see. That's good. Gaming with Stephen. Hello, Stephen. Hey, there, nice. That's good to see you. Yeah, that's it. And we have, hello. Angels are life. Ah, hello. Nice to see you. That's very good. The Stuart's is somewhere. Stuart! Woo! We got D-Rock. Hey, D-Rock. And of course, we've got the lovely Bui, Princess Bui. Thin Lizzie Borden. Hello, Princess Bui.
hello,
I did say
boy.
hello. I did say hello to her in that way as well. Hello, Princess Bui. Who else we got? Oh, look, Steve Stockton's in the chat as well.
Get in there, howdy with everybody.
Yeah. Well, you've got to say hello, mate. It's just a polite thing to do, isn't it?
The way I was raised.
That's the same here, mate. Even if I'm not necessarily your best friend, I'll still say hi, Ricky. Wow. See, I delivered, wasn't it?
No, that was a radio delivery there.
Welcome to First Floor Audio Night Rider. Where's Stuart? You were in here earlier. Why can't I find you now?
Hey, Kathy Evans.
He's run away now, and
A
he's
lot of people
he's
that have
he's
followed
run
me
away.
over here, and I appreciate that. If each one of you people would tell 10 people and ask them to tell 10 people, we'll fill this place up.
Yeah, one day I'll have lots of people. One day it'll happen.
It will.
Patience is a virtue. Hi, Kathy Evans. You were here first. I saw you and recognised you. I did say hi back, but I couldn't tag you at the time because you'd obviously left by then. But you came very, very early. And welcome. And who's this? Who's this? Oh, it's my mate Callum. That is.
Iron Callum. That sounds like a superhero.
I am Callum and stuff. Yeah, I am Callum and stuff. Iron Callum and stuff. It's almost like I am Callum and stuff, but it's Iron Callum and stuff. Why did you do that to me? He was round here the other day, actually. Weren't you, Cal? Good to see you as well, mate. It was good to see you. And he said how much the studio had changed. I didn't even realise it had changed for him. Like, you know, I didn't know when the last time it was that he came round. Because apparently I didn't have a lot of the things the way I've got it. But anyway, it is what it is.
Progress.
Sorry?
Your studio is a work in progress. It's just ever growing,
constantly.
ever expanding.
Constantly. Yep, constantly. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Chris? She's like, yeah. Indeed, fella. Yeah, there you go. See. Yeah, it's good to see you. Oh,
Say hi to yourself there.
Hi, Diane. How you doing? So what we've got anyway, should we get on with this? Because what we got is from last week, haven't we? We got 2 to listen to from last week, haven't we? Yeah.
Yep. That's. I believe we have 4 total now, or is it 6? I've lost
No,
count.
there's 5 tracks. We've completed 5 tracks. We've completed 5 tracks so far because I classed 1 and 2, part 1 and 2 as 2 separate.
I've slept
tracks.
since then, Lee.
I actually
I'm
made them
old. You have to
separate
remind
tracks.
me.
I made them separate tracks so that you could differentiate. So that if you wanted to put them back to back, you could or whatever.
Yeah, and I
split
appreciate
them-
that. And I've been using
split
some.
them.
I used one for the live stream the other night. So
Yeah, it was cool.
I'm
Well, it was
excited.
cool, man.
And I've got
Cool.
videos, production videos that are in the works right now that will feature music by Lee G of First Floor Audio.
Yeah, it's cool, that, isn't it? It's lovely for me. Like I said, that's 2 channels that will actually be using the music, which is a cool thing.
Yeah, Kathita was sharing out the link yesterday. She was a day early. She's a hype girl. She was trying to get people hyped up.
Oh, you crack on, Cathedra. You're a darling. Thank you very much. Or should I say, you're a darling. Right, so let's go to the top of this track and play this then. So this is Forward Momentum, which was it would have been the 3rd track. No, the 4th track, because we had 3 before. Part 1 and 2 of Blood, Sweat and Fears. Part 1 and 2. Then moving on, and it was called Moving On, and then this one is Forward Momentum. Now, forward momentum, if you actually look it up, it's a musical term. If you actually look it up, if you Google it, what forward momentum is, it should come up straight away with the musical term of forward momentum. Anyway, here we go. Cool.
I love that one. I love
It
them
was all
all,
right,
but
wasn't
that one's a real standout, I think.
It's
I kind of see that as like the closing credits or something, the end of a film, and
yeah.
the credits are
That's
rolling by. That's what
all
it
your
puts me in
choices,
the
mate.
mind.
All your choices of what it's used for. I mean, I just write them. You know, I write them. I set them up. You knock them down.
I'll hold him, you hit him.
That's it. That's the one. Right. So, and then the second one that we wrote on that same day, which was a nutty thing, wasn't it? Is oh yeah, the resistant hum. That's it. Yeah. So the second one of that. Oh, thank you, Stephen. Look at you getting the ball rolling. That. Thanks very much, mate, for the dono. Look at that. Ah. See, everybody wants to call me their bestie now, don't they? They all want to be my. What are you jealous? Are you, Steve? Stephen? Hey, you jealous? Oh, Stephen. Here you go.
There you go. Now, I didn't even get that. You gave me
There
this,
you go, mate. Yeah, see, he
this
just gets his
special.
beard tickled of a night. you get the blown a kiss, mate. Have that. I ain't shy, son. Anything for you, Stephen. Anything for you.
Got a little bromance going on there, I believe.
Oh, mate, I got bromance with all the blokes, mate. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I'll give them all a cuddle. Nothing wrong with a bit of bro love, mate. Nothing wrong with it. Should all love each other. You know, platonically, nice, decent amount of love. You know what I mean?
Right on.
We all need love, mate. Like we need the summer. That's what my song says. Tim Freestone's in the chat. Look, there he is. Hello, Tim. How are you? Are you well, Mr. Freestone? Jolly good to see you. Another bearded gentleman.
The
He
beards
knows how to
have
wear that beard.
the
Oh, there's
Mini
Stuart. There he is.
Beard Society.
Yeah, the bearded society, mate. Yes.
I
Oh,
think
look,
all the
this
gentlemen
is
in
loaded.
attendance have beards. I mean, Stephen does, Stewart does,
Yeah,
Tim Freestone, you or I.
yeah. I've been wearing a beard since I left my first wife. So we're talking 16 years ago now.
You were
'Cause
one of those
I had
guys
to be.
in middle school
I
that could already grow a beard. I went to school with
Oh
a guy
no
named Kenny
no! I could grow.
Husky.
I could grow a bit. I
Like
could grow
eighth
a beard
grade,
actually
he had a
quite long.
beard. I mean, it wasn't just a little wispy thing.
I
He
was
had
lucky.
a beard. I don't know how many
My
times he'd
son's
been
like me
held
as well.
back, but he was a little hairy little guy. They called him the Wolf Man.
My son's the same. He's very hairy young man. You know, for his age, he's like 13 and he's already showing proper moustache, like almost.
And
You
Lizzie
look at him
says
from
she
the
likes
side and you can
hers.
see
So.
that dark line. It's like, oh, look at you with your bum fluff. Well, I remember them days. But
Bum
yeah,
fluff.
no, yeah, like I say, I mean, yeah. Well, like I said, I want. It's in my first marriage. She liked the clean shaven thing, so I was always clean shaven. But as soon as I left her, I let everything go, and I'm like, I am not pouncing myself about anymore. I'm just gonna let it go and just be a rugged man because I just wanted to be a rugged man, and so I am more caveman, close to the caveman. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's just easier,
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of
All that
effort, but
time
actually, it's a
spent
lot of effort
shaving,
as
you
well to
can do
keep this
something.
tidy. It's
And
a
then
lot
try
more
to get
effort.
one side to even up, and then
Yeah.
mine. I can't talk because mine looks like a stump full of granddaddies. But
Nah, mate. Nah, yours is tidy. I mean, you used to have it really long, didn't you? So you've tidied yours right up, really.
yeah, I had it.
In
I
those
had it way
terms.
down here, but
You had the
it
ZZ.
got in everything, and everything got in it. And I zipped it up in my jacket one day, and almost yanked a handful of it out. And I thought, I'm going to have to do something about this.
Yeah. There ends up being limits, don't there, mate? So
We-
let's play this next piece, which is called
Let's hear.
The Resistant Hum. And this is a really calmed out piece. And I don't know what we're going to do today, because I'll get your ideas in a minute, and we'll see where we go from there.
I have an idea.
There you go. Very short piece, but it's just about the mellowness. You could just keep repeating that.
Yeah, it's very calming, very meditative, however how you say it.
Yeah.
Very relaxing. That would put me to sleep if I just put that on loop and sat and listened to it. But I've got an idea how I can use it in a video.
Now I can, because as you can see, there's quite a long gap at the end of it, right? Now, if you wanted to, I could shorten that up, for instance. So so if you did want to loop it, it would loop quicker, if you know what I mean. You got to listen to where it fades out to. Still fading, still fading. That's actually still fading. Now that's off. Yeah, I could do it to there, couldn't I? And you could loop, because then from there, if you, for instance, if I'll show you what it'd be like if you looped it, right? So let's loop it. Let's go from here. Yeah, see, that'd be alright as a loop, wouldn't it? Got a small amount of gap. I mean, you could even shorten that for yourself later on if you really wanted to, but if I leave it like that, let's save that. Oh, thing is, I've already done it, and I've already released it as a thing. So I'll just leave that to you. You can always shorten it anyway. You can always clip it a little bit shorter and redo it. I had you muted, mate. I forgot to unmute you. Right, so what we're going to do...
I didn't realize I was muted, and I just gave out the lottery numbers for tomorrow. So sorry, folks. No, I was saying I've got some spoken word stuff I want to do, and that would be perfect to have that as a musical bed under it. It would carry what I have planned to say.
So if you've already got a DAW program of some kind anyway that you can do, you obviously record on anyway,
I do.
Don't you?
I've got Ableton 11, and then I record.
Well, there you go. So you've got exactly what I've got. So
yeah.
I could literally,
You could send me the project file, and I could do it.
I could give you the project file.
Or I can cut it up. I use Adobe
Audition.
Audition.
If there's audios, I can.
I use Adobe Audition also, and Audacity. Audacity's a free program, but it's one of the best out there and powerful. It handles.
So you can do things yourself anyway, like I said. So me giving you them tracks, which you've already got, and now anyway, you've got 5 tracks from me, haven't you, so far?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So here we go. So ideas for today. What I'm going to do is, though, before we do this, I'm going to load back up the forward momentum one, purely because in case I've deleted any instruments here, and then that'll add back the instruments that I've been using, because I've kind of got a theme for your channel. What's going on here with the piano kind of with those sort of notes, the notey. It's hard to explain it. They're floating notes kind of thing, where that piano's sort of elongated. You know that. Oh, actually, hang on. Where is it? Let me turn this. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like that sustain in there.
Anyway, so have you got ideas for today's?
I do. There's a piece of music that I like. A lot of creators use it that do like the horror stories and the creepypastas and stuff. It's called Night Music by Kevin MacLeod. It's in the YouTube audio library. But like I said, everybody uses it. And it's just such a simple piece. It's it uses a hang drum or a hand drum or a tongue drum, whatever you want to call it. It's minor notes. And it's just kind of the same notes that repeat. And then there's a little bit of echo, delay, and reverb in there. So it kind of repeats over itself. But it's not quite as calming as that one, but it makes for a good spooky ambiance.
Right. Okay. So what we're talking about spooky with a little bit of
just slow background.
Are you talking about timpanis or kettle drums?
It's similar.
Are you
to
talking
that.
kettle drums?
No, it's they call it a hang drum or a tongue drum. It's a thing that you play by tapping it with your fingers. It's round, usually pretty good size, and it's tuned to where you strike it, and get one with minor notes. It's a very eerie and haunting sound.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to probably take a listen to it to get a little bit of an idea. 13 past midnight, and we're going to call this Hum Drum. seen as that is the humdrum, and the date today is the 7th.
But it's kind of the same kind of a droney thing, but the other one where it was more relaxive and puts you in sort of that Zen state. This one has a little bit of mystery and more darkness in it, but it's still that just
Right. Okay.
that drone
Okay.
kind of an eerie, building the anticipation, and then you've got just these dissonant tones in there, and I think all of them are minor, and
Right. So
it
I'm
really
gonna
works for anything strange or
I'm gonna
spooky.
open up. Right. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up YouTube in a separate tab.
Hi, Cassie.
Oh, Cassie's here, is she?
Forensic
Keith and
Mystics.
Chief. And Keith and Chief.
There used to be a rapper named Chief Keef, I believe, back in the day.
Oh, was there? Oh, let's just say hello.
Back in the old school NYC hip hop b-boys and fly girl days in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah. The good old days, mate, eh?
Yeah. The 80s was a good
when
decade.
rap was more about actual something to say rather than just telling girls to get their ass out.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a message. In fact, there's a song called "The Message" by I think it was Grandmaster Flash and the Furious
Yeah,
Five.
Grandmaster Flash, mate. Quality. There was quality rap
awesome.
music back in the day, mate.
Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang, the Rocksteady Crew.
Yeah, man.
Back, like you said, when it meant something, and it wasn't about
back when they had something to say. End of. That's what it was.
And it was
Whereas
positive.
nowadays, all it is like, yo, bitches, get your tits out, sort of thing, or get your ass out.
Exactly.
Shake your butt, or get over, and calling everybody names. And that to me is just a load of low vibe crap. Waste of my energy leaving listening. It's time that I'll never get back. That's why I don't listen to the radio. I don't even listen to the radio anymore.
I couldn't tell you when.
I remember spending hours listening to the
was
radio. I used to fall asleep to the radio,
Yeah, and it was such a different world. Might as well have been a different planet. It was a different planet back then. But
oh, totally.
When I was a little kid, I had my AM radio, and when I did finally lay down to go to sleep, that was right there with me. And it's not like that anymore.
No. Right, so where do I go to look for the YouTube music again? Let's have a look.
YouTube Audio Library, Kevin MacLeod, and I think that's MacLeod, and it's called Night Music.
Audio Library, Kevin MacLeod. Right, hang on, I'm on the Audio Library right now. Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, I think if you just search Night Music, it'll bring it right up. I've actually got it on my phone. I use it as a ringtone. Even don't tell YouTube Audio Library that though.
Oh no, that's only going to search my files, right? Okay, so we can't do it there. Where'd you do it then?
I can't see the screen here. Audio Library. Let's see.
How many pages of this stuff? Because I've never gone through it ever.
There's a lot. I know there's a way to search.
There's nowhere to do a search. Oh, hang on. Search. Here we go. What's it called?
Night Music.
Seeing as we're allowed to listen to it anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it requires any attribution. Some of his stuff does. But if it does, just put that in your description.
Right, so what's the actual name of the track called?
Night Music. I think it's 2 words.
Well, it's here. Oh, there. I got you. Ambient, dramatic.
I'm looking at the other monitor over here.
This Audio Library license. Yeah.
And they're still bringing up 24 pages.
You can use this audio track of any of your videos, including... Yeah, I know that. So let me play it then. It's got a little play button here. Why can't I play it?
Yeah, it should let you audition the tracks.
What the hell? Well, it's not letting me. It just says download. I'm not downloading it. I don't want to download it.
I can't see the screen here. Let me blow it up just a little bit.
That just says down. Look, it says. I'll
the audition button is over on the left-hand side of the track.
Oh right, yeah. Because look, it's got a play button there as well.
Yeah, that's a
Stupid.
little
Right, okay,
YouTube.
here we go.
Yeah. That's it. That's the one. And that just works so well under anything spooky or creepy that I'm narrating.
You can't hear that, ladies and gentlemen, though, can you? Because I'm not sharing the sound. Or can
I
you?
can
Yes,
hear
you.
it. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
because
you
I'm coming
can, but
through
I don't
your
know
end,
if
but
the
I don't know
ladies and
if they
gentlemen
can
can.
hear it. But lots and lots and lots and lots of channels use that. It's very popular with anything strange or creepy. And also any
Yeah,
tracks
that's
by
Tim
a guy.
Parney. That's exactly what I said. It's Tim
Okay,
Parney in the
I didn't
background.
know it by that name, but I've
Right.
got one. And when I ordered it, it was called a tongue drum, but I made a mistake and ordered mine in a major key, so it's too happy sounding. I
Right.
electrified
Yeah.
it though with the contact mics inside of it. You should hear it through a reverb pedal and a Marshall stack.
That doesn't surprise me. Well, what we can do is we can make it sound until you go, "Oh, I like that," right? Because that's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do here.
So it's what you do. I'm not capable, but I'm in capable
No, but
hands.
no, but you understand. You know exactly what I mean, though, by that.
Yes, sir.
Right? Why can't I hear nothing there? What's going on? Ah, that's why. It's that,
See
innit?
here, it's that kind of creepy, almost. It's a relaxing sound, but it's got that edge to it. It's not as relaxing as your track or as meditative. There's a darkness to it.
Right. So basically, what you want is some like Right. Let's see what we got. Oh, is that what we're using? Is it right? Okay. Let's try something else. Let's add something new. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a MIDI track up here, because that one there is the heartbeat there. That one. Hang on, let's get this back as well, because people don't want to see just this boring thing. Right. So. Right. Actually, got blooming beard hair going straight up my nostril. Right. We're gonna add a MIDI track. Add a MIDI track. Here we go. And we've got hang on that. Now, let's go to drums. See what we got here. There's your 1980s there.
Yep, there you go. Put a gate on that kick drum, and that's the '80s right there.
That's not what we're looking for anyway. So let's just carry on here, because I'm looking for something specific. There's a lot of drums to go through here, so. Ah, there's the 80s as well.
Yeah.
Waiting for Whitney Houston to pop in. Ooh, yeah. The Falcro. Hello, mate. Right, how's it going? I'll see you there. Say hello like that. There we go. The Falcro. and Zach Diecast Mansour. I always get that wrong. Zach Diecast Mansour. Anyway, hello, Zach. Hello. You know what I meant. You know I meant you. How many other Zachs are there in the audience? JD's and Letterman, eh? Will Carr as well. I did see you there, buddy. That's why I did say hello to you just a minute ago. Well, you got to excuse me. I'm trying to do some work here, all right? God, can't do everything. Stop keep demanding things of me. Not that they've said a word, but preemptively, I know where their minds thinking, hey, I'm here. Hello. Yeah, all right, mate. Needy. Look, it's all about me at the moment, mate. It's my show. Hi, Cassie. Hi. Sweetest voice on YouTube, that woman.
She does. She has an incredible voice.
Sorry, I get carried away, don't I? This is more like an Enigma beat. You remember Enigma, the band Enigma?
Sadness, I think, was their
yeah.
With the Gregorian chants over
beautiful,
ambient
mate.
background. That was an incredible track. Sadness Part 2, I think, was the one.
Sadness, yeah.
Was it Sadness? I was thinking there was an extra E in there that they put in to mess everybody up.
There's not a lot of range on these particular kits. It's like... I can see myself ending up making something. Excuse me, keep coughing, but I think I'm getting a cold. Oh, blimey. There you go. See that?
Now, if we could just get Steven to play his bagpipes, you'd have something there.
See, that is freaky. See, I like that. I could do something with that. Because you don't want to be exactly the same as someone else either. That's the thing.
I like that. That sounds insectoid.
Oh, hang on. I'm just experimenting at the moment. Don't even think it's a thing at the moment. So let's take this, make this a one thing. Save it, just so we know where we are. Save off and stupid. All right. Calling myself names. What am I like? No need for that. Someone new just came in. I think it's Captain MKG. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Acknowledgement is key. I like that. And what I should do is I shall get rid of that thing and I shall replace that with something. Let's just stick with that for the second. We're soundscaping. No, 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 no. Let's stick with this a second. Turn that metronome down a little bit for people because I know how annoying that can be. I need it over the timing at the moment. And this is a bit fast anyway from what I want. Oh, it's changing key with the speed as well. Well, I don't know if I like that. That's still cool though. Right, let's add another instrument. Let's go down the list. If we keep this recycling. Did you mute yourself? Yeah, you did.
I did. I had to cough, and
Yeah.
I quietly muted myself and then forgot.
I'll be muting myself every 5 seconds, mate. If I don't know where this is coming from either. I don't know how I've just started.
And Mind Forked, I'm loving those This Day in History episodes that you're dropping. I love the one about Cyrano de Bergerac.
Yeah. Oh, Big Nose himself.
Yep.
What about you?
But you didn't call him that, or he'd challenge you to a duel, or pull his sword out on you. I kind of like that bell if it were longer and drawn out and more dissonant, kind of a for whom the bell tolls.
Don't worry. Don't forget I can do that. Don't forget, look, watch this. I'm going to show you something. right? So let's just take this instrument for a start, right? And what we'll do, we will do this. Where's that grand piano? What's that? We don't need to do that. Copy that. Onto that. Paste it there. Boom. Now we got a reverb. Turn the delay up. Diffusion down a bit.
Maybe a lower note.
Right. The only way we're going to do that.
Can you change the pitch or the tone or?
Well, I'm looking for that. I'm going to need me. Yeah, here we go. Transpose it.
Again, these are just suggestions.
Yeah, no. Listen.
Just spitball. You know what you're doing. Ooh, that's creepy. Yeah. No, I'm liking that. Loving that.
Right, so.
Yeah, that's total hard right there, buddy.
Right,
imagine like one of them dark villages in the English countryside, the bells tolling midnight, but you hear that in the background. Something's about to happen.
Now what we do is we duplicate this track. Watch this, so you'll love this. We take this one. And we go.
Chris, I'll try that. Let me turn my lights down here a little bit.
Right, so that's just. Let's turn this one down a little bit.
Whoa. Didn't go all the way dark. Oh, let me tell you a story.
There you go, that sort of thing. Right, hang on. We're not finished. Duplicate that again. Get rid of this, because we don't want that. Save off and stupid. Everybody's wondering, what the hell are you actually doing here? Well, we're creating a soundscape is what we're doing. Now on this one,
Lee, kind sir, I'm going to have to step away for a moment with that thing that I talked with you about earlier. I'll be back just ASAP.
Yeah, you crack on.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see you when you get back. what we need to do here is add to this a few measures. Actually, let's do about that. And then repeat about 4 of those. And we should actually just do that. Let's duplicate that to about there. Just for the second, see how that goes. So let's actually get rid of that one. All percussion at the moment, obviously. Sounding nuts, isn't it? It's weird. Now, I'm not happy with that. I'm getting rid of that. But that instrument is just awesome. Very War of the Worlds. not doing what I want it to do. It's going to do what I want it to do because I'll make it do what I want it to do. That's the notes. That's the notes. That's it. That's what I want. Excuse me, keep coughing, guys, but keep muting the mic would be just annoying. Oh, absolute idiot. Yeah, I think it's going to need slower notes because I keep mucking with it. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. I'll tell you what I do need. I need that metronome just to be a little bit louder. Sorry if it annoys for a minute, but I need it because otherwise I can't. And it's getting too out of time. I can't have that. I need an air brake. So while I save it, I just need to take a step away a sec. I'm gonna try and find another instrument. sorted out, Steve? You all done, are you?
Yep. Thank you, and I apologize for the extended disappearance there, but had to speak with my co-author. We got a book coming out soon, and then at the
Yes,
same
cool.
time, my publisher's texting me stuff, so I was multitasking. We got business taken care of.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I'm loving what I'm hearing there.
Well, because I want to go into something, so I want this as a concept first that you could just use as this, and then again, like we did with part 1 and part 2 of the Blood, Sweat and Fears. I want the kind of same thing for this. That's very dark.
Very, I love it.
That's the 2 notes I'm keeping for the minute. So, because I'll keep experimenting at the moment, just to get this, because I'm looking for a particular sort of sound.
Hard to believe that's only 2 notes.
Need the metronome.
Again, somebody asked me to do it again. They didn't see it. In the world where ghosts
Sorry?
gather. I was just practicing something I could maybe use that for.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
doing this earlier, and Akashi Curtis said, hold a flashlight under you. I put this light under here and it lights the beard up, and then that music and me lit like this and telling, let me tell you a spooky story from the woods of Massachusetts. It works. It totally
If
works.
it's making you feel it,
Akashi, thank
I'm
you.
doing
I'm going
right.
to put a thank you in the video when I do that. I'm going to give you credit
Amy,
for the idea.
Hi, beautiful. How you doing? That's the lovely Amy from Alien Girl 111. How you doing? Oh, thanks very much for that. That's very kind of you, Amy. Thank you. Wow. I'll leave that up for a bit, actually. There you go, whilst we play this. We're in the throes of creating some atmospheric soundscapes for our friend Steve here from 13 past midnight. This is all for that channel. This is track number 6, believe it or not. Let's take this metronome off a minute. Oh, that is haunted, man. dark one. That really does it.
Yeah, that went really dark right there. I'm loving it.
Right, so we're going to have a short gap there. And we're going to start here. Because this is like part 2, right?
What'd you call it? Humdrum. I remembered earlier you said bum fluff, and I hope we didn't name it that. Although it would be funny. Humdrum.
Ah, it's not going to have it, is it? Well, I'm doing it in a different timing, so. Select all. Save it first. Come on. Thank you. Right, so let's take this. Do this a minute. Select all. It's got to be at 24. That why? Where is that? What? Ah, 16T. Try that. Close. That's an odd thing that is. That's what we want for now. Now, we had a really interesting trying a different kit here, see if this will work. Well, what's all it? Why is that there? Bye bye. Definitely don't want that. And we don't want that. That's definitely not what we want. Let's try the 808. We're going old school. And then from there, we're going to go. Duplicate that track a second, so we've got the same track, but we can turn the volumes down on it. That one. It's going to be a bit of a different one for you, but it's just, again, keep making music, mate, basically, for your channel, you know?
It's all good. Oh, those hats just made that beat.
Save off and stupid. Doopy doop. I tell you what, let me just play a. Amy, if you're still here, this is for you. Let's do this. I mean, how ignorant of me anyway in the first place. I said thank you, but didn't say thank you.
Thank you.
See, that's carried on the theme from what was going on. So it carries the album through, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a common thread through the whole thing.
Yep. Common thread.
Lee, I'll be right back. Mulder needs a wee.
Yeah, you crack on.
He's tapping on my leg.
Oh,
He's good about letting me know. So we'll be right back.
don't like it. It's not what I'm after. We got to put his favourite thing in there. It's always there somewhere. Let's zoom in a bit so we can move it. Let's go right the way back to the beginning and see what we've got here. Show it again. Palm Readers Cup. Notice I put that reverse symbol in there for you, Steve. See what I did there? Just played a little bit of one of your other tracks on there. How do you feel about this one so far, Steve? Yeah, not everything has to be super hectic, does it? Some tracks are just mellow. Really? All I want is a volume. What the why are you doing this? What a rigmarole just to get the volume. Right, ear break. Now, I know it's a very simple track that we did today, but maybe simple. You've muted your mic as well, by the way. It's not always about complication, is it? And this is just one of the tracks off of the album. You don't have to even use it. I mean, it's just there, isn't it? But this that dark bit at the start is nuts.
Yeah, I was typing in the chat. I didn't want to disturb you. I've got this wireless keyboard that's got the old-timey typewriter keys on it, the little round keys.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's smart.
Feels more natural to me because when I first started writing years and years and years ago,
Same as me, I used a typewriter.
Manual typewriter, yeah.
Yep. I was the only lad. How about this, right? I was the only lad in my school to take up typing. I was called all the names under the sun. And I said, one day, everybody will be typing like this. I said, only it won't be like this.
You're a true visionary, Lee.
Funny thing was, mate, yeah. Funny thing was, but in another 2 years, the BBC computers came out and they brought them into the schools. And I went into the library and there's everybody there, all the lads there on there giving it all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, look at you bunch of girls.
How you
look
like
at
me now?
Yeah. Well, mate, it was so funny because they was all calling me call me a girl and all sorts.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a writer. See, at one point, I wanted to be a writer.
I took typing class in high school, and it was like me and 29 girls in there.
Yeah.
And the way they did it, they took like a pair of gym shorts and put it over the keyboard so you couldn't see. You had to reach through your legs.
I knew exactly where to place my hands and everything. I used to be able to do it blind, but kind of.
You find
I used to be able to read
keys,
the page.
I'm not a very good touch typist. I can still do it. But it's one of those things. Once you learn that muscle memory, kicks over, and I can look at the screen and type. And thank God for autocorrect.
Yeah, a lot of the time I can still do it, but I forget as well. Because I didn't keep it up. I stopped doing it. I wanted to be a writer, but I soon discovered that my spelling and my even when I was copying something, I'm really quite dyslexic. I'm very, I work well with my hands, but that wasn't one of the things I did well with my hands.
And actually, I went to vocational school, which was a part of high school, had drafting classes. That's a lost art now. It's all done by computer and stuff. But I really, if I'd followed my heart of hearts, I would have taken cosmetology but I didn't for the same reason, with the typing classes. But that's where all the bad girls were. That was the girls in leather jackets that popped their gum and smoked cigarettes and had the ripped up jeans. I thought that's my crowd over there. But there was a certain stigma attached
Yep.
to boys
Yep.
who took cosmetology, and
Yep. Well, it's the same
I
as
was
me
already
doing,
targeted enough. So
same as me doing typing. I did typing and drama and stuff like that. Straight away, I was seen as a certain type, and poked fun
different
of.
planet
And
back
not to
then.
mention the fact I was tiny. But the thing was, I went where all the girls went in those respects, right? Because the girls were in the typing classes, the girls were in the drama classes.
Girls
right?
in the home ec classes. There was
Yeah,
a
mate, I
method
used to
to
have
my
the girls around
madness.
me all the time. Of course, they didn't pay attention to me, but the
Me
lads
either,
soon
and
got
I was
jealous
so
of it.
introverted. I just did my thing. I've ran into people that I went to high school with that don't even remember me, and I sat right next to them in class. But
Wow.
what a
Wow.
difference a few decades can make.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, I wasn't so much a shy lad, but I was a hassled lad.
I was shy, introverted, just a loner, a misfit. Always hung out with. Back then, you could actually smoke at school. They had a place out behind the high school they called the smoking pit, and that's where like the punks and the stoners and the freaks and the skateboarders and all those people hung out. And I hung out with them. And again, I didn't even really fit in that crowd, but they didn't judge you. They accepted anybody. They didn't care if you
Yeah,
hung
I
out
was
with
I
them.
was with a
You were
bunch of
one of them.
misfits myself. I
Yeah.
was with a
And
bunch
then
of
it's just, I
real
wasn't a
misfitted
jock. I
lads.
wasn't a prep. I made good grades, but I wasn't one of the National Honor
Yeah, see,
Society
no,
or
I didn't do it. I
Key
didn't do
Club or
very well at
anything
school
like
at
that. I
all.
just quietly did my stuff. And
See, me, I learn by doing. I can't learn by being told something. I
yeah.
can only learn
Oh, I
by
can read a
physically
book all
doing it.
day long, but until I'm hands on doing it, then only then does it make sense and get
Yeah.
that clarity.
I
Like,
learn by mistake. I learn. I'm
well, that's the way
self-taught
you
on
have to do
everything.
it. And with this software and stuff, you just, what does this button do? Let's press it and find out.
There you go.
As long as
That's
you
what you
save
do, and
often
you
and
then
don't
save it
overwrite your
often.
good,
Go back to your step that you did before. That's it, and you
and
can't really go wrong.
not going to blow the computer up or anything. So
No, that's it. Yeah, yeah. I've learned
that's how I
everything.
learned Photoshop. I taught
It's the
myself
same as this. That
Photoshop.
using the door programs. I've learned everything about these door programs
Yeah.
by just doing it.
And just you amaze me. Like I said, I've got that version of Ableton Live, but I can make a beat and I can drop samples in, and that's about all I can do. But when you get into the quantization and
Oh, I
all
could
that,
teach you loads. I could teach you so much about it. If you was ever confused and wanted to know something, I could teach you loads.
but I'm more of a sound design guy than a music guy. I don't understand the whole verse, chorus, bridge, verse, chorus, all that stuff. I like to make sounds.
Yeah, yeah. So now we've had a little break away from this, a little ear break. Let's listen to what we've got. We'll let it play all the way through to the end, and see what we've got, shall we? Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, need to be on the right page for a start. I'll mute you. love the way that ends.
Shadow's TV show from the 60s, it's got that kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
To me. I hear the nuances of it.
And this is my Enigma sort of take. Just on the beat structure wise, really. There you go.
Brilliant, simply brilliant.
Well, see, I'd put that one in the lower sort of category than brilliant, but it's another piece. I mean, the first piece, obviously,
I think
as
it's
a
brilliant.
soundscape,
Don't crush my dreams there.
right? Right, but that's
But
cool. If you
this
could,
is like watching Da Vinci's sketch to me. It is, you're that talented. You're plucking those threads out of the ether and using weaving that sonic tapestry. Ether. I think I said ether, but I know that it's ether.
yeah, no, I love your choice of words. It's bloody great.
But it is. It's a sonic tapestry that you're weaving together with these little things you're plucking out of here and there, and just if you look at some of those medieval tapestries and the work that went into those, and
Yeah,
the skill and
I
the
know what you're
artistry
saying.
painting with thread, that's what you're doing here with music.
Oh, I'm glad you see it like that. I mean, obviously that makes me feel happy because obviously I'm just doing my best here to try and make some tunes to go on an album, but that are usable for maybe in the background and stuff. Because obviously you can volumize these, and in the back in your door program with your speech and stuff like that. You can put
Yeah,
these right in the background. They don't have to be any of these don't have
absolutely.
to be
And
prominent
I see
things.
this as not like they have like the soundtrack for a film that'll have the songs and stuff, but then they have the original motion picture soundtrack that has all the music, the incidentals, the
Yeah,
the thing walking down the hall or whatever, all these little titles,
yeah,
the music behind the movie, not the theme song and the music like songs, rock songs used in a movie, but the actual score of the
yeah.
film. That's what
and
this
and
is
that's
to
that's
me.
what this is. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not making records so much. I'm making music, and like you say, it's sonic tapestry. I like that. That's it. I'm gonna name my track. We're gonna write a track next week called Sonic Tapestry. Just
awesome.
remind me. That's the title for next week's track. Call it Sonic Tapestry.
I love it.
So we've completed another one today. Right now, we've called this humdrum, right? But that's that first track. The second track, I shall think of a title for later on. Because obviously that's in two parts now, so I'll offload the first one and then the second one, and to do that, I have to basically make two tracks the same, call one A and one B. Then I delete everything that's on the end here, yeah. So I delete all that lot, and that'll be A, and then B will be that first bit deleted and just that bit left. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, and that's how I do it when I write two tracks on the one thing, which is it's unusual, but like I said, I'm probably going to slow that first bit down. So though this is at 88, I'm probably going to slow it down a lot, so it's a little bit more dragged out. That it's a very unusual piece, that first bit.
It is. It's fabulous.
Very War of the Worlds. I mean, you know me. My favourite piece of music ever written is War of the Worlds, right? So you can see where that comes through with me, anyway, can't you? I just can't help it. It seems to come through no matter how. I seem to pick an instrument here and there that will just say that, if you know what I mean. And then the way I use it will say it as well, and I can't escape it. No matter what I do, it can't escape it. So we have a little bit of an ear break from this anyway, because we've got about another 20 minutes. So
Okay, and I've got to go return my coffee to the earth, and I'll be right back.
yeah, mate.
I
You do
take
that.
a diuretic for my blood pressure, so I drink a lot to keep myself hydrated. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
part of the process.
yeah,
It goes in, it comes out.
yeah.
So
Totally.
I'll be
It's all
right
right.
back.
Well, I'll play one of your tracks from the album. I'm gonna play the dark one.
Awesome. They're all good. They're all favorites. But I'll be right back.
Worked hard today. Again. So even though our Steve is gone for the minute, we're gonna run through what we did again today. And here we go. Let's go from the start. Well, you're muted, mate. Anyway, you're muted yourself. I didn't mute you. You're muted.
There we go. I was just muted during the music. I was showing something to Eddie here. Now my ego is not this big to have anything like this made, but a fan knew I was a big Danzig fan, and they took the Danzig logo and have it said Stockton on it
Oh, that's nuts. Look at
with
that.
Danzig's demon skull
That's cool.
logo there. They made that and had it sent to me. Again, I wouldn't make anything like that for myself, but I treasure that. I've got some wonderful fans and listeners.
Wow, that is cool, mate. That is cool. I haven't had such things yet, but then again, I live in the UK, so it's hard to ship things to me as well. I'd have to
Oh,
probably
I'm
accept the
telling you,
post and
if it
all
wasn't so
sorts.
expensive, I'd send you some of my kit because you could make magic with it, and it's just sitting here as
Yeah,
paperweights and gathering
it's
dust.
a problem. It's a problem living in the UK for things like that. I mean, I don't expect
But
anything less than a
but
letter is different, isn't it?
when I do come to the UK for my speaking tour, that is being planned as we speak, I'm going to bring one suitcase full of electronics for you, my friend.
No, you're a darling. You
I
are.
mean, it'd be lucky getting them
Let
through
me
the
just address
airport,
this a
but
second. Let me just address this. Cathedra, listen, right? I've got to tell you this. It's really irritating if someone's got emojis in their name. It makes it hard if you're on a mobile for a start. And a lot of people can't even find the emojis half the time. Even if you choose something simple, you'll probably choose one that they can't find. Even if you choose one of the cats, you don't know which one of the cats you're going to have. And then when it's on a mobile, it's tiny. You can't really tell. I'm
I agree.
just advice. Never a good idea to have emojis in your name. It's
Especially
easier to tag
automobile,
words.
because on the computer it does autofill. But
Yep.
even then, if they have a similar emoji at the beginning, it's almost
Yeah.
impossible to find.
Yeah.
I end
Honestly.
up just shortening the name and typing it that. But
I mean, we have a friend. We have a friend called Nightmare that comes in, and all
yeah,
he's got is an ank. He's got an ank at the beginning
at the
of
very
his name,
beginning,
and you
I've
can't
never
even
been
find
able
that
to
ank.
find
You can't even
it.
find the ank.
No,
You know what I mean?
so I
So,
just say
like I
hello,
say,
nightmare, and don't bother trying to. I like to do the at symbol to highlight the person's name to let them know so they see it, but it's almost impossible with some of those,
yeah,
even
it
on a
is.
computer.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. I said I don't want to upset you or nothing, Kafida, but yeah, then they're not advisable in a name, and
And
anywhere you go, if you're trying to like sell yourself as a channel as well, the first thing they say is you need to get rid of them emojis, because they just don't.
and
It's hard to
her
track you.
name is already so beautiful.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
You
no
don't need
emoji
anything
you
else
could
in that
add
beautiful name.
that would
Yeah.
add anything to your name. It's lyrical enough that Lee wrote a song about you. So that's just that name enough is alone, or that name alone is enough. I'll get it right in a minute. Need more
Oh yeah,
coffee.
I did see the welcome to the first floor. Sorry, bud. I did see the welcome to the first floor. I did. I did see that. Leave everything on the ground floor, whatever it was. Yeah, leave yourself at the door. That's it. Yeah. Welcome to the first floor. Leave yourself at the door. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, great tagline. That's good. I like it. But yeah, and I did notice you come in. Obviously, David. Hello, my friend. There's a great pianist right there.
Hello,
Beautiful,
David.
beautiful playing. He plays a piano like a dream. I have to go over and listen to him when he's on. I just have to do it. Just beautiful, just for me to sit there and listen to someone else play. It's lovely. He's a sweet guy, very sweet guy. Is David. So, Ladies and gentlemen, the time. I've been going for almost 3 hours now. So
That's
we
been
generally,
wow. The
yeah.
time absolutely it
I,
has been
I
three
know,
hours. Holy cow!
but it's because as you know, I've been doing my thing and I've been writing.
Get lost in your work. I do the same when I'm writing. On my books
Time
and
just
things.
time
Eight
just
hours can
ticks.
go by. I've started in the morning, and then when I look up, it's dark, and I've sat there all day and just let this stuff pour out of me, and haven't eaten, and just haven't even. Sometimes I don't even take a bathroom break unless I absolutely have to. But it's when you get lost in it like that in the process and the creating, it's just everything else ceases to exist. Now, I
Yeah,
also was
totally.
Asperger's as a child, and that's one of my superpowers is to just tune everything else out and narrow that focus down to
Yeah.
whatever
Well,
I'm
that
working
that's
on.
that's what I have to do. I
And
know a lot of JDs and Lentermen end up leaving because obviously I'm not really over interacting with people. But obviously this is a channel, this is a night for me to write, and I get stuck into the writing thing, and I sometimes don't forget that people are there, but I don't pay as much attention maybe as maybe I could, but.
And I've
If I
tried to
don't
take
get
up the
stuck in,
slack there. I've been going entertaining the chat and telling stories and things. So
yeah, like
I'm
I
just
said, but if it wasn't for you being here, even when I'm on my own, when I'm on my own writing, then obviously it's even more ignorant. So I do lose people, and I understand. I understand it can get boring, and just hearing a TikTok, and from the metronome as well can be a little bit irritating. But the end result is a lot of the time quite worth sticking around for.
it's worth
You know,
the time that you put in. That's the way I feel about anything
yeah.
I do that's creative. I'm doing it's done from passion, and
Yeah,
then the passion
yeah. I
comes
mean, you
like
can
you.
tell you know that I'm coming from a place of complete interest in what
You're
I do.
doing what you love, enjoy what you're born to do, what you're destined to do, and
It
if
seems
it
to be
makes
that
you
way.
happy, then you do you.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
like me with my storytelling. I don't care if it's an audience of 200, 2,000, 200,000. I'm just happy to be there telling stories.
That's it. Yeah, you love doing what you do. Same as I love. I mean, if it doesn't show that I love doing what I do, and then there's something wrong. But I that's all I know really is the one thing that is always I've always come back to is doing music.
Hmm.
So even I say come back to, I'm talking about in a big way.
Yeah.
I'd go and do a job for a while, and then if the opportunity came up to go off and do music, mate, the job would go and I'd be off doing the music, but only if it could still provide me a living. So, several times I've done that, given up a job to go and do the music thing.
Uh,
And then,
and my father, rest his soul, when I was a child, he told me, find something that you love to do it, and find a way to get paid for it, and you'll never work a day in your life.
and that's it. Exactly that.
That's the
Exactly
secret to
that.
life, right
Well, I
there.
mean, I am making very, very little money from doing this, but it can only grow, and I can't expect to be a millionaire from it, and I don't expect to be a
You're
millionaire
getting
from it.
there. You
But
big things are ahead for you, Lee.
well, we'll see. But
I speak it
like I
into
said,
existence for you.
I'd just like to be able to make a comfortable living doing what I love to do, and that's all I've ever wanted. Really, I've never wanted stardom or anything like that. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in being some icon for everybody. But just writing music and stuff for channels, doing the odd record here and there. That's me. And yeah, of course I'd go and tour me records and stuff. Of course I would. I mean, who wouldn't? To be in front of a crowd, I enjoy the crowd, but that doesn't mean to say that would want to be my life to do
Right,
that
right.
permanently.
I started out doing stand-up comedy, and it was wonderful. You get that connection with a live audience, and you're getting that energy off of them and stuff. But it's just it can be a drain sometimes too. And I'd much rather do what I'm doing now than actually be on a stage somewhere. Although I do speaking appearances and conventions and things like that, but this is the heart of it. Just me and a microphone.
Yep, yep. Same for me. I am the writer and the singer musician. I'm more of a how would I explain it? See, I like the performing side of it, but I enjoy the writing side of it just as much,
All right, yeah,
and I
so
enjoy
a
the creative side of
singer,
it.
songwriter, a multi-talented, multifaceted, multi-instrumentalist. I mean, you've got you building up a lot on your bingo card there.
Yeah, just anything to do with music, really, and creating sound. And being involved with sound really is my thing. I just get a
Singer,
kick out of
songwriter,
sound.
composer, sound designer. I mean, I can go on.
Yeah. Well, like I say, the biggest compliment I ever got, which is quite funny, but from a music teacher, our Dorothy Hawkins. I don't know if she's still in there, but she's a music teacher, and she's not the only one that said this, but someone else agreed with her that they called me a professor of music, and I think it's a little bit above my station
I can
personally,
see that though. I mean,
but but I accept it and thanks very much. You know what I mean?
but
It's
even
not
above
nice.
that, I would elevate you from professor to master.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a little bit. Whew. I can't
Is
even
it?
see that
Who,
embarrass.
who taught the
I'm
professor?
actually getting red cheeks. I can feel the embarrassment. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. Like I said, right, confidence can be misconstrued for arrogance,
Absolutely. I've
okay,
been accused of
and
the same
ego.
thing.
And I'm a confident guy, and my confidence is often, so often, seen as arrogance and seen as ego.
Yeah,
I am just I've got no ego. I'm
I've
forever
heard that
dissing myself. I
from,
always play myself down.
I've
You know,
heard
I
that from
never.
other people that that I was involved in a business situation with. That you have an arrogance about you. No, that's confidence. I know I'm good at what I do. People
Yeah.
give me
See, I don't even
compliments
say
all the
that. I can't
time.
even do. I can't even pull myself to say that. That I'm
There's
good at what I
downtown
do.
Terry Brown, one of the best fiction writers in
Oh,
the
there he
world,
is.
right there.
Oh, mate, I've
The
missed you. I've
Cincinnati
missed you,
kid.
mate.
So mean he once shot a man just for snoring. No, wait, that was John Wesley Hart. But I wouldn't mess with Terry Brown. He's a good guy though. Terry Brown's one of my favorite people in this whole world.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Great guy. Big supporter of my show as
And
well.
I don't know if you've heard, but
Fabulous.
there's a couple of long form pieces of fiction, or no, not fiction, true stories that he wrote of his experiences that I've got over on 13 Past Midnight. You Saw Her, Didn't You? And The Smoking Ghost in the Delta 88. Those are all Terry's true experiences, and I've got more to narrate. And it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, what was that? What was that, Louise? You are in complete control. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm in control here. I don't want anything to do with major industry anyway. I've said that many, many times.
Yeah.
Don't matter. I could be offered the silliest of contracts, and I'd just be no. You're not owning me. No one's going to own me.
I was
own
in
it,
a similar situation recently where I copyrighted all my audio, and apparently the person I was in business with at that time assumed that they owned my name, my voice, and my likeness in perpetuity, regardless of
Just
whether I
no,
was still
no,
involved or not. Homie, don't
no.
play that.
No, like I said, that's why I couldn't. I couldn't push myself. I mean, number one, I think a lot of pop people want to be famous. They want everybody in the world to know their
The
name
whole
and all this.
Illuminati thing.
Yeah, they
they're
want all
not
this
gonna
crap,
do it.
right? But they have to also sign away the ownership of their face, their name,
Everything.
and everything. And
There-
and do you know what? I just couldn't do that
There's
because
a very good video on YouTube by Dave Chappelle, the comedian, but
yeah,
he's talking about the business, and it's
yep,
called The Contract.
yep,
And he said when he signed that contract, he was young when he first started out. That first contract, I think it was the streaming company that starts with an N. I won't say their name, but he found out they owned everything. They could take that, they could put it wherever they wanted to,
yep,
use his face for the promotion and things, and
yep.
like we paid you, go away.
Like I
And he
say, the way
talks
I
about
look at it is this: if they want to rent time from me
there you
or
go.
rent my music, they can rent my music. That's
Again,
the way. It's an easy contract, man.
and the
Can
most
I use
powerful
your music to play on one of our TV shows? Certainly, you can. £10,000, please. Thank you very much. You
and
know,
then
and that's the way it'd roll.
but the
You know.
three magic words, all rights reserved.
Yep, all rights reserved, and I own everything. You do not
There you
own
go.
anything.
There you
You know,
go.
I own the right to take that back off of you if I want as well. That's why I don't do deals unless it's I own the music. I can play the music whenever I want to. Like even your music, I
Yeah,
may have done it for you.
you did it
I've
for
done, and
me,
you
but
can
that's
use it on your
yours.
channel as much
That's
as you
your
like.
baby.
And this is me giving you permission for the whole world to hear. Right?
Likewise,
You
if
get
you want to take it somewhere and
yep,
showcase it or use it for something
exactly,
else,
exactly.
that's entirely
But
within
I
your
won't
right.
see. But I won't personally do that. See, I won't use it for anything else. But I will just play it on my show in my playlist when I do my radio show. Look, this is part of the music that I've created at First Floor Audio. And this is the only place you'll hear it.
Yeah.
The other place will be on your videos. So really, they won't hear it anywhere else but me and you.
Yeah,
Same as
and
Alien
see that
Girls.
you've
Nobody
given
else will
me
hear Alien
a
Girls stuff apart
precious
from
gift.
me
I
and
have
Alien Girls.
music that's not in the YouTube audio library that every other creator doesn't use. That was made graciously by you for my use,
Yep.
and nobody else has that, and that's
No.
just a beautiful, beautiful thing.
And well, that's to me, it's about sharing, right? Sharing the ability. Because at the end of the day, what am I going to do other than that? I'm going to sit here and write to myself, am I? Because that's all I was doing. For 15 years, I've sat here and just written to myself and played songs to myself, done cover versions to myself and my occasional friends that were here. You know, it's a waste of effort. So the only difference is I've switched the camera on. If that's arrogant and if that's ego, I don't know. I don't, you know.
No.
You know, because what was I being arrogant and egotistical
Yeah,
with myself?
was I
playing to
arrogant
myself?
to copyright my own audio, to own my likeness, my voice, my name? I
No,
don't
of
think
course
so.
it's not.
I don't consider that
Absolutely
arrogance.
not. No.
But
course
when
it's
you outmaneuver somebody in a game of copyright chess, they get kind of butthurt.
Yeah. Well, like I said, everything's copywritten by me. Everybody can see that I've written it all, and not only that, when I run my radio show, it's clearly all mine.
Yeah, and likewise,
You
when
know.
I use your music in my videos, you'll get a credit at the end of it.
Yeah. And that's all I want. That's all I expect. You know. What you do in helping me anyway is what you do to help me. So it's the same as with Alien Girl. You know,
I'm
you give me a
happy to
bit of money.
promote
You give
you.
me a little bit of money by joining me as a member. You know, you're
I'm also
sharing my channel
Patreon.
out.
You folks pay
exactly.
attention there, because if you want to support Lee and what he's doing, become a member of the channel. Join his Patreon. There's all kinds of ways you can support this channel financially, or just by being here and listening and participating in the chat. Leave a
And
thumbs up,
sharing me
leave a
out and
comment,
all
share it
those
out.
things.
Tell 10 people, ask them to tell 10 people. That's all ways that you can support Lee and what he's doing here.
Yep. Like I said, all I want to do is just make a normal living the same as anybody else. I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't need to be famous. I just want to make a normal living at doing music. That's all I want.
Amen.
You know.
I don't want to be
Which
a
I don't
wage
think
slave.
so. I don't think that's arrogant or big-headed or wanting too much out of what I do.
Not
I really
at all.
don't.
I don't want to be a wage slave. I don't want to punch a clock.
No,
I don't
same
want
here.
somebody telling
Same
me
here.
what to do.
No.
And that's why I've got
Well, I can't be.
among the
I've done
missing
those
now.
jobs,
That's
and it
all
doesn't.
me over there.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've done those jobs. You
Oh,
know,
me
I've done.
too.
I've
I've
done
worked construction,
so many different types of
demolition,
jobs. Yeah.
call
Yep.
centers, frame carpenter, which
Yep.
I wasn't very good at, but I did it. I did what I
Yep.
had to do.
Yep.
And this is what I do. This is what I do best. This is what I love to
Well,
do.
like I said,
And
I did car body work, boats, aeroplanes. Then I did painting and decorating. I've done plasterers, mate. I've been a carpenter. I've been a joiner. Right. I've laid floors. I've hung doors for people. I've been maintenance man for landlords. You know, I've done so many jobs. I've worked in a kebab house, a chip shop. I've worked in Tesco, stacking shelves, pulling trolleys, which ruined my wrists even more. You know, it's not like I haven't gone to work or done the normal things.
Right.
It's just that every
Right.
time there's an opportunity for me to go back to music, I'll choose music every bloody time. You know, thing is, it's never really paid my way long enough. Or there's people that have left the band and stopped me carrying it on permanently, you know. So, you know, or over that, or like I said, my last partner died. So, you know, what am I going to do there?
yeah.
You know,
And again,
and that's why now I'm
you
doing this.
positioned yourself where it's just you and only you. You answer
Yep.
to no one but yourself. You rely on no one but yourself, other than the audience, of course. Same way with me. It's I answer to my fans, to my listeners, and to the families of the missing for that stuff that I'm doing over there. And again, it's just once you get other people involved, and then it becomes a democracy and a dictatorship and all that.
Yeah.
The corporate culture is toxic to me, and I've worked those jobs.
Yeah, and saying that's why I can't have nothing to do with it, nothing at all. And I know what you're on about, Louise. Honestly, I know there's ways to make money and stuff, but I've just never pushed myself like that.
Yeah.
I've never had
Well-
see, now I'm confident, but I'm not that confident that I could sell it like that. You know, so it's really hard for me.
But,
you know, that's why I've
now
never
that
done
they're
it.
monetizing the YouTube audio library, you could submit your works to there, and other people that used it, you get a royalty check through YouTube. I don't know what the payout is or anything, but a percentage of nothing is still nothing if you're getting something out of it. That
Oh
would be
yeah,
that
no,
much.
I totally understand that, but as well, I don't know. There's just
There's
something that holds me
options
back
out
from
there.
it. There's something
There's
that holds me
options
back
out there.
from that. Yeah, I know that, and like I said,
I'm on
I've got like
sites
5 albums I could sell.
yeah, You can do CD Baby. You can handle the whole thing yourself. Bandcamp is another
Yeah,
thing.
I was thinking about that's the one I was thinking about was
I've
Bandcamp.
tried the spoken word over there. That doesn't seem to play very well because I think they can listen. They can set it up differently. Mine's set up you can listen 3 times for free,
Like I
and then
said,
it
right,
prompts you to buy it. But I support artists on Bandcamp. I've found some just wonderful stuff over there. I've ordered vinyl albums just
yeah.
because I like the
Let,
band. I don't even have a vinyl
let
player
me
right
just
now.
let me just introduct here. Now I did 2 years worth of putting our album. This was when John was alive. Putting our album onto it was on all the major networks, all the Spotify, Apple, all the download sites. Right, I was paying £12 a year to have it on this site, right? It's all very well. You've got loads and loads of these sites where you can upload your music and tell people you're here, but you can tell people one at a time, sort of thing, you're here. But the only way you'll ever get anywhere is by advertising, and that's where they get you. Every single company gets you with the advertising. Now we're all poor musicians trying to sell our music, and where do they get you? Try and charge you hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds for clicks on video, for clicks on your music, right? When that people could click on your music totally by accident and waste your money, right? And the chances of you getting people, because you can't find your demographic. That's the thing, right? Nobody helps you with your demographic. How do I only advertise to the people that would be interested in my music, right? Because you don't want to be advertising to people that ain't interested in music or they'll never go out and buy music, yeah? You need to find your demographic of people, and like your 3% of, say for instance, you are owed 3% of the marketplace, right? Just take that as a number, for instance, right? That's what it used to be. It used to be any artist was due 3% could gain 3% of a marketplace, right? So say like in the pop music, every artist could get 3% of a marketplace, right? But you got to think about this. You have to broadcast or have to advertise to 100% of the audience to get your 3%. Now that's where the problem comes into it, because how the hell is someone like me with nothing and no backing gonna even advertise to one, not even a tenth of the people? I just couldn't afford to do it.
Yeah.
So every time you can upload all your music, I uploaded all the lyrics, all the photographs, like I have done on many sites. I did 32 sites, 32, to try and get the music out there because I couldn't afford the advertising. So I just went on as many sites as I could, uploaded all the music, uploaded photographs, uploaded all the things. Do you know how much attention we got? Like, because you get lost in millions of other people artists trying to do exactly the same
You've
thing.
got to be good at promotion too, self-promotion. I have a problem with
and
that.
I'm not good at that for a
At
start.
it either. It's hard to toot your own horn sometimes, but that's the way you have to do to be successful. I've gotten better at it with my books and things, but you feel like such a.
Well, it makes you feel like a failure. It makes me feel like a failure,
It
right?
makes
Because
you feel cheap. Like, here, buy my book. Look at this. I've got a book.
yeah, exactly that,
A
right?
stack of them
With
here.
me,
You can find
now,
this on Amazon.
yeah,
Whoever find
I'm
books,
just
buy it,
see,
buy it, buy
and
it.
that's why I say to
I don't
people,
want to do
that,
that. I don't want to be that guy.
Well, that's why I've gotten to the point of saying, I'm just this musician. I'm just another musician.
Yeah.
Everybody that comes in here could tell me how great I am a million times, and it doesn't mean anything unless a million people are telling you you're great and buying your music. Then maybe I can elevate that idea as to, okay, I'm doing all right now, but I still wouldn't be like, I'm bloody great. I am. I could never do that, but just to be able to get enough people to come to the channel for a start. I mean, look, we got 13 people in here, right? No disrespect to the beautiful 13 people that are here, but that's not going to make me any money, is it? They're not going to buy millions of albums. They're going to buy maybe one record here and there. So again, without being able to advertise to a mass audience,
it's finding your audience, your demographic, like you said, and then helping them to find you. And in business, they always talk about the bottom line, the ROI, the return on investment. And if you're spending more on advertising and promotion than you're bringing in
and getting nothing back,
you're
exactly,
in the red the whole time. You'll never.
And I couldn't afford to spend 10 pence on it, let alone £500 Facebook wanted for a clicky thing, for like 10 pence, 20 pence a click or whatever. Well, that's 20 pence that someone could be just wasting for me.
Yeah.
And never even coming onto my channel, just clicking on it. Oh shit! I hit that thing by accident, and then come off of it.
They should, because that's stacked in their favor. It should be
Of
that
course
if
it
they
is.
click and then they go and then they purchase it, then they get their money for their
That's
ad.
what it should be, but they don't
charge you
do
per
that.
click.
As soon as you click,
Yeah, that's
they've
and
spent your
some
20p.
kid with dad's mouse could sit there and click, 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 click.
Yeah,
He just cost you $5 or $10 for
yeah,
absolutely nothing.
absolutely nothing. Exactly
But
that, and
there's some
that's what the
people
problem is.
pointing out in the chat the video game industry. I would look into that personally if I were you. And again, this is just my opinion. My opinion of $5 will get you a cup of coffee. But I think your music is as cinematic and as flowing as it is and stuff. It would be well suited to some of these epic video games. And there are people that live and die by those games. Kid that I've been letting stay here with me, he's a professional gamer. They were in a tournament, Activision or something like that. He and his little band of gamers. I thought they're just playing games. They're in a tournament where they stood to win $6,000 each. I think there's 3 of them, 4 of them in it or something. So who knows? You could make money playing video games. I didn't know I could make money being on YouTube and talking into a microphone. Sometimes you just got to do it and see what happens. I got lucky. I was fortunate. I was blessed. God and the heavens and everything smiled on me and favored me. And then I'm the only one with this voice. And I get these compliments. Oh, Steve, it helps my insomnia. It helps my fibromyalgia. It helps my chronic pain. It helps my anxiety. This is my gift that's been given to me. And what do you do with the gift? You give it to somebody else. You pass it on. And if people support me and pay me to do that, then I'm okay with that. But if I was talking to 2 people or 200,000, I'm
I
still.
was just using, sorry, mate, Louise. I was just using social media as an example. It wasn't just that. It was anywhere. When I was on this particular site, even to get an email of an executive of any kind, a promoter or any of those things, right? Because you still need to get to the people to buy your stuff.
Yeah.
I still need to get to that. You say I could sell it like a banana, right? To someone, right? Say I've got my song here. They don't. Half the time they'd stick that CD like they used to in the old days. Stick the CD in the bin. I used to have to, right? They used to want to charge me $10, right, for someone's email address, for an executive's email address, and that's not to say they'd even answer me. And it even says in the small print, you may pay this $10 for their email address, but they may not even get back to you. And it's like, why the hell would I ever pay $10 then for an email address to send them a record that they might just go?
There's a lot of scams out there like that.
Yeah, they're just trying to make money out of poor musicians.
They trade
mate. So
on
does
other
Facebook
people's
and everybody.
dreams, and I think there's a special circle in hell for people like that.
Yeah,
But a lot of things have changed. A lot of people are like doing stuff like Bandcamp. You've eliminated the middleman, i.e., the middleman, i.e., the record companies, the executives, the ad people, all those people putting it out there yourself, like Prince did. And that was why he changed, according to Dave Chappelle, that was why he changed his name to the artist, because that's what they always put on the contract. Henceforth, the artist will do this, will do that. We own the artist. We own your soul. So he just changed his name to that. And the same with books. I know people that have written just wonderful, wonderful things, and you pay to have it bound and manuscript and sent out, and usually you can't get past the gatekeeper for these publishing companies. What did I do? Amazon kind of leveled the playing field. I first self-published my book on their Kindle desktop publishing platform. By the time I had a traditional publisher approach me, I'd already sold several tens of thousands of books on my own. But it's nice to have a publisher. Then I've got a cover designer. I've got an editor. I've got all these other things that I had to do myself. Now I just write it and send it off, and it's
that's the thing, scene right now. Think about it from this point of view as well, right? I'm a singer-songwriter. All I want to do is sing and write songs. I can't do that and do that and do that and do that. I've got to be my own publisher, my own artist, my own freaking this and that. And for a start, I haven't got the money to pay for anybody else to do the jobs for me, so I've got kind of no choice. But then again, it takes finance. Now, to do any of the levels that I'd want to do. And like it's like Louise says about, I just sell a banana to sell a record like it's a banana to an exec or whatever, whoever, a record company, and then they distribute it and they print it and sell it and stuff. And I get that, right? But I wouldn't even know how to make that deal for a start. I wouldn't even know how to sell, how much to sell a record for, knowing that if they're gonna, if someone's that inclined to buy one of my records, knowing they know even before they buy it how much that's worth and how much it's going to make them in revenue.
Know how much
so
they're
I need to be able to
it.
say to them, well, I want that much.
That's why you never take the first offer.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Never take the first offer. Whatever their first offer is, quadruple it and then bargain down.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Times that by 6, mate, and then come back to me. That sort of thing. But I wouldn't. I'd have to know that, and I've never been involved with anything like that. So how would I know? I've only ever charged someone for a gig. To go and do a load of cover versions at their private party or their club or their bar in their bloody on their boat. So I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't know how to even word an email to an executive.
You mentioned a boat. Have you done those boat parties where they float up and down the Thames and have a live band?
Yeah, I've done some nutty things.
I would when I come to the UK, I'd like to do that, but do a storytelling cruise. Just go down the river and tell stories. And I don't know. I like the performing aspect of it sometimes.
Yeah, I'd need a long conversation to actually speak to you, Louise. I'm no good in type for a start. I'd need a long conversation with you because there's a lot of stuff that I'd understand it if it was explained to me correctly. But
I would talk to her. I would take her up on that offer because she knows her beans.
Like I said, she knows her stuff, right? And that's cool. But reading it on a text and it sinking in is another thing. I'm crap at that. Like I said, I'll read that and it'll mean nothing to me until one day when I understand it. Do you know what I mean? That's my dyslexia like that. It just the words don't sink in. The gaming industry would pay, but who? See, look, right. Just hold up, right. Now this is what I'm on about. See, right. You're saying the gaming industry would pay me, right? Okay, right. Who the hell do I contact for that shit? That's the thing. I get what you're saying. Oh, the gaming industry would love your music, Lee. It'd be great. Do you know how many people have told me that I write music for games? I'm like, do I? Great, right? Now, who's the bloke I contact then? It's not like I can go to Sony and say, excuse me, Mr. Sony, Mr. MD of marketing or music. Who do I... What's the first step? Who do I... And what would I even say in the email? Because... I am no businessman, and I'll gladly admit that. But I'm a musician. I just want to write music. What I really want is someone that knows how to sell, knows who to talk to, without all this crap of me having to learn it all. Why should I learn everything when I could give that job to someone else who's worthy and knows what they're doing?
I would recommend, and again, you'd have to get somebody that would take it on a contingency basis and an agent.
Exactly. They'd have to sell. They'd have to sell me to make them money.
That they don't make money unless you make money. That's the secret. Money.
Exactly.
Exactly any
that.
Publisher,
but then you try and get someone like that, or an investor that's willing to put money up. I mean, I don't expect someone to come in and say, right, here's £100,000. Let's go do this. Because that's the kind of money you're looking at, though. To get any kind of money back, you'd have to spend an exceedingly massive amount of money to get anything back like that. I don't know how you just make money instantly like that. And not only that, like I said, if I did even go to Bandcamp and upload my music and stuff like that, then I've got to find out. I've got to let people know it's there.
You've got to promote it. You've got to talk
I've got
about
1,000 subscribers, right? 1,064 subscribers, right? Now, out of those, say 1% of them buy a record. Because that's all you can do. You can only look at it on the lowest figure. And then hope you get more. You have to go fishing. See, I wouldn't even know who to fish to. Like I said, I understand what you're saying. Totally get it. but I wouldn't know where to start with that. You know. I mean, yeah, you like I said, you were in the game, so you're seeing it as like, it's easy. All you got to do is this. All you got to do is because you know them, you know it all. You know how the system works. I'd probably go and talk to someone and they just laugh at me. You know, I'm not up for that. I'm not up for that sort of rejection. You know what I mean? Nah. See, that's where my confidence lacks. So, if I was a more arrogant man or egotistical man, I'd push myself with a vigor, wouldn't I? You know, with a like, yeah, you have got to listen to me. I am the next best thing. You know, I'm just not about that.
You've got to sell yourself to them. That's
Yeah,
the same with like
exactly.
pitching a film or a book to somebody. And it's one of those things that the more you do it, the better you get at it. I've got a book in production now. The pitch to my publisher was exactly 2 words, and he said, "We'll take it." So that's that's that took some forethought, and it's
See,
not
ask
always
my
that
friend.
easy. You usually
I
got
haven't
to
got
write a
one
page.
friend that has anything to do with music. Not one friend. And I've been doing music 35 years. I don't know one person that has anything to do with industry in any way, shape, or form. Not one person. I don't even know other bands. I don't know other musicians, really. I know one musician at the moment. That's all. Because I keep myself to myself. I don't go out to gigs and stuff and mix with other musicians, and I've never done that thing. You know, it's just I've always been a loner, like in the writing side of things, and the only reason I've joined other people is because they knocked my door. I mean, the last guys I was with, they literally knocked my door when I lived in a flat. They were told about me because the woman down the corridor from me heard me singing. And she said to them, "I'm sure there's a lad down the corridor that sings. Go and knock his door." And so these 3 lads did, and I invited them in. We started talking music. I ended up joining them as a band, and then controlling it all, sort of thing, and getting. I did. I mean, I went out and I got us gigs. I got us agents. I got us gigs, right? But it's a different thing when you're going out doing cover versions of other people's music because it's easy. Everybody wants to book you because if you do it well, they already know the songs, they know the artists, they got
Yeah,
confidence in the music,
exactly.
right?
When I
Whereas
was in
when you,
bands back in the
yeah,
'80s and stuff,
there you go, it's
we
easy.
were like punk bands, metal band, goth bands. If you didn't do covers, they'd never heard of you. They wanted these bands that had
Yep,
their own lights
yep.
and did Led Zeppelin cover songs or
That's
something
me. See, we
because
had
they
all the
knew.
lights. We had all
Yeah.
the lights. We had the smoke machine. The lot. I've still got the smoke machine. Funny enough, right? We had the lights and all that lot, and I did all cover 80s cover. It was 80s and 90s covered versions, right? And everybody gave confidence in what I did because without being big-headed, I know I was good at it, right? But it's one thing to sell yourself as someone that does cover versions because they always say, "Oh, what records do you do?" And then you just line out the records. They're like, "Oh yeah, I love that record. I love that record. Love that record." So then all the agents are on board as well because they already like the music. Then you play them a CD. And then they're like, "All right, cool, blinding, right? We'll take you on. There we go. We'll get you a few gigs. We'll contact you within the next couple of weeks. Blinding, brilliant. And then you're off, right? That's easy. Then I used to book my vans like months in advance and have my diary and everything like that. Doing this is completely different. Completely different when you've got your own record, right? Now, like I said, I did a thing called Reverb Nation. I uploaded the music, all the photographs and everything. I ended up deleting the site, right? But anyway, I uploaded the album, all the music, got the album printed and the rest of it. They made a spelling mistake on it because nobody checks it. Apparently, it's all done by a robot. Brilliant, right? But it was my fault really because I'd left out an E on please, so it's do as I please instead of do as I please. But hey, look, that was the way it was. So luckily, I only ordered 50. But regardless, right? So we get this site up, but again, it was down to the advertisement and trying to get people to even look at the site. And I was like number 10,000 or something in just my country, just my little part of England, right? 10,000th. So I've managed to get the number 1, right, in this site, but it meant absolutely nothing. They had their own radio channel, but they didn't play me on the radio channel because I got number one. They didn't give a crap about that. It was all facade just to get your money off you. That's what a lot of these sites are. Just more sites just to rob you blind. You know, and you think about it, they're robbing poor people. Usually musicians that are struggling have no money to put into advertising, have no money
They're
to
trading
give
in
investors.
dreams, or the dream of dreams. So they don't even
Yeah.
give you your dream, but you've got the dream. Oh well, we can give it to you, but they don't. They're just taking your money.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all they are. They're just advanced ways of taking your money, taking
They're
more money from a
vultures.
poor man.
They're vultures of the highest
They are
order, really.
absolutely. Like I said, I paid £12 a
Pickpockets.
year just to be able to put my records on Spotify and everything. And they're like, yeah, put your records on. Look at all these download sites. And there was like 20 blooming music sites or whatever it is. Spotify and like I said, all the popular ones, right? And like I said, that was £12 a year, which I thought was very cheap. I didn't mind paying that. £12 a year, that's not too much to ask, right? But it's not about the £12 a month. They're making £12 a month off of all these thousands and thousands and thousands of people, right? But to
get the
get
promotion and
anybody to
everything, it's
notice that
still
your
up to
site's
you.
even
Yeah.
there, you have to get the you have to advertise. Because, I mean, in a million lifetimes, you're not going to get to the amount of people that would make you a living at it. You see what I'm saying? Not in a
Yeah.
million lifetimes, unless you've
But
got
what
money
you're doing
to
now,
advertise to a mass.
I
That's
think you're on the
audience.
right path. This is grassroots. This is organic. Bree
Yeah.
told me about you. That's how I discovered you. I've
Yeah.
told people, and that's how they're coming in. If they tell
Yeah,
people,
but that's pretty much
you
how it
can't
worked for
buy
me in the
that kind of
gigging world,
advertising.
though. It worked the same
Yeah.
like that in the bars and the pubs. And the pubs would start talking about me, and then the clubs would start talking about me, and then private parties would get me off of the clubs and stuff like. Yes, but it wasn't enough to sustain me. You see what I mean? It wasn't enough for me to give up my job and do music permanently. I could only charge a certain amount for a gig, and that had to be split 3 ways.
Oh, like when I played in bands, if we got beer money, that was good. We just wanted to play. We didn't
Yeah.
care.
Well, that's it. But
And
the thing
but
is,
that you
but
can't make a living off
you
beer
can't make a
money, or
living like
even
that. No,
roadhouse money,
exactly.
or small club
Exactly.
money.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay if you're doing it as a little side bunts, a little side hustle sort of thing, as you guys would call it, a hustle. But aside from that, and you have to do some serious. That's why people end up going corporate, and then selling all their intellectual property, because the people will. What they do is they've already got money in a big bucket, basically waiting to be spent. But they already own their own studios, so that's not going to cost them nothing. But they'll charge you £1 million for it. So they'll say, "Here, I'll give you a £2 million contract." They are, but then what they tell you is you're paying for your advertising, you're paying for your studio time. So that £2 million is not yours.
And
That's
that-
what cracked me up with this stars bullshit. That what do you call it? Fake Factor, or whatever it is, X Factor.
No.
Right? All that crap, right? Oh, we'll give you £1 million contract. What? In your studio that you own. So you're basically going to pay yourself £1 million then. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Go back and read the stories of some of these guys, like in the early days, Black Sabbath and some of those things. Those guys were selling millions of records, but they would charge them, like you said, for studio time, for this,
Yep.
for that. And
Yep.
they were actually basically broke. They didn't have it.
Yeah.
And then the cars and things that they were bought by the company
Yep.
for them, but then it didn't
Yeah.
actually even belong to
They
them.
didn't own them. They
No.
didn't own them. They could take them back at
And
any
they
time.
didn't own
friggin'
anything.
time.
They didn't even own their own music, their own albums, anything, and they were basically in debt. They charge them for touring. You
That's
pay
it.
for that. You pay
Yeah.
for the recording.
And that's why you end
pay
up
for
staying in
promotion.
slummy holes,
Yeah.
right? And because you got your road manager to pay, the roadies to pay, the drivers to pay, it all comes out of your pocket. You get this
And those
budget,
big tours like that, that's an expensive proposition.
mate, ridiculous.
Hauling equipment and people
Yeah,
and
yeah.
truck
How much
loads
do you
of
think
stuff.
diesel is in a lorry, right? And you got 13 of them following you. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. But I mean, that's touring anyway. That's a different thing to what we're trying. I mean, just try and
But it's
trying
just
initially to get some sort of sales thing going on with my music. For a start, I'd have to upload it somewhere. But again, I'm reluctant to do that because I've done it all before. I did 32 sites. So like I said, to even get one person across there, you have to advertise. Because it's all very well me telling everybody, all these lovely JDs and gentlemen that are watching me right now, and I do appreciate you, everybody. I really do. You know that. But you're not here for that purpose. I'm not. You're not here for me to try and sell myself to you so much. You're here to just watch me create or watch me sing to you. Like you'd be in a pub, or in a club, and I get that. But to try and actually sell yourself and try and actually make money from the music I create, which is a hell of a lot of music I've created, I mean, we're talking in the hundreds of tracks. Not that they're all worthy of selling, but some people will buy them, and this is the thing. If they're there, and they're available to buy, you don't know which ones will sell because regardless of what the artist thinks, it's usually the records that you don't think are very popular that will sell anyway. So, it's usually the ones you don't want to sell. The ones that you don't want to see go well because you don't want to go and have to perform them. But, but that's just the way it is, isn't it? You do what you do. Oh, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what to do about it, to be fair. And it's all complicated for me in the way of the effort that it takes.
It takes a certain mindset to do all those other things. You're like me. I just wanted to write. I just wanted to create.
Exactly. I'm just
and
a musician.
I got lucky.
I just want to play and sing. I just want to play and sing. Let me play and sing. And
myself
someone else take that burden
and
off
putting
me.
it on Kindle, and it sold enough that got the interest of a traditional publisher. I couldn't buy a contract before that. I mean, I didn't even bother to send it out. I didn't want those rejection letters. So I'll just do it myself and see what happens. And I got lucky. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, look, it's not luck, mate. I mean, to a certain extent, you still have to have something. You still have to have something that's worthy.
Yeah, you still have to have something that people want to hear,
see that,
people want to listen to, people
I've
want
always
to
thought
read.
to myself, because I've never been picked up or anything like that, because when you're younger, you're naive, right? So as a vocalist and someone that was told by everybody how bloody great I was and all this lot, this is why I don't listen to people that tell me how great I am. And this is why my ego's not very big, because the amount of people that said to me, "Oh, tell you what, mate, you could sell you could be a mirror, you could be this, you could be that," and people would come up to me and give me their card, and then I'd go up to a meeting. I went up to a meeting with one guy once, mate, and what an arrogant! If you want to know arrogance, mate, oh my god, this guy, he was more arrogant than someone with the most talent in the world, mate, and yet all he was someone that spoke up, that went and sold you to someone else. So he was just a middleman. And the way he spoke about himself, and the house he had was just ridiculous for what he did and who he was. Yeah, and it was like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? I'm a singer here that's being told by every single person how bloody great you are, right? And yet getting nowhere, being offered nothing. So like it ends up being like jaded whenever anybody says to you, do you know what, you could go a really long way. I hate that. When someone says to me, "Oh," and do you know what the worst thing that people say to me? You want to go on X Factor. I just walked away when someone says that to me. It just proves, like another thing, The Voice. Who the hell wants to go on there, mate? What? So they can get the money out. The only reason that they're turning them chairs around, mate, is because they see profit in you. That's it. They see taking you because you don't know nothing about the industry. They're going to turn around on their little chair and go, "I know everything about this industry. You know nothing. I'm going to offer you this deal. You're going to bite, and I'm going to take you for everything you got. I'm going to make money out of you, mate."
You are the commodity.
That's it.
You are the banana that you're trying to sell.
Yeah. That's all I am. Is I'm a banana. I'm no good for anything. I'm just a banana. Yeah. I wouldn't need. See, that's another thing, Louise. I don't know how to copyright my music apart from me playing it and saying that I own it. That to me is copywriting it. I don't know the law on copyright. No, not a clue. I don't even understand. So I wouldn't even know where to begin on that.
Well, one of the
You know, I
easiest
know the
things to
old way.
do,
The old way was to send your album away to yourself,
mm,
post it to yourself, and
leave
never
it
open it.
sealed in the envelope. Yeah.
Yeah, leave it sealed
Well,
in the
with
envelope.
digital music, you've got those ID3 tags. You can put in the comments, you can put all your copyright info in there. If somebody, and then keep the original, store it on a thumb drive or something, put it away where it can never be gotten to. And then if somebody takes that and removes your information from the ID3 tags, that's no different than taking a Van Gogh and writing your name on it in crayon and claiming it as yours. If they tamper with that information, that's a litigious and actionable offense. So that's
See,
the
I mean, look, I
easiest
can
way
see
to
Louise.
start.
Louise is so desperately front, and I really appreciate you, Louise. But I'll have to go back over the
I
chat
could
later
hear
on
the
and read it
frustration in her
because
voice, but
I'm too.
again,
I've
she
done all
knows the
this.
industry. But I
Yeah,
would
but
talk to her, Lee. I
I've
really
had these
would.
conversations with people many times. This is all you need to do, Lee. This is all you need to do. You know, and it's not as simple as just googling online. Even if I googled who to contact in the gaming industry to send my music to ask if they're interested in any of these records and everything, just that whole rigmarole of that thing is just to me, you know, it's just I just want to write music. I need someone to find me and go, there you go, here we go, look, I've got an idea, boom. You know, because I personally, I am illiterate when it comes to things like talking to people about contractual things, and you know, look, I'd need someone else. Even if I got a contract, I'd need someone else to read it, and as they read it, they need to
Yeah,
explain to me.
that's where a lawyer is your good
Yeah,
friend.
exactly,
Don't ever sign anything without letting a lawyer read it
exactly, and
over,
I
and a
wouldn't
lawyer
because I
that
know I'm a dinlo.
understands. It had to be an entertainment lawyer, an intellectual property lawyer, somebody that specializes, not just here they call them mall lawyers, or you can go to like the strip malls, and they'll be a law office. They're a little tiny office, and they handle things like immigration and green cards and stuff like that. Again, they're good at what they do, but yeah, you would have to get somebody that knows the industry, that's
Yes,
been
it
on
has to
both
be. It
sides
has to
of
be
it.
a
That's
specific artist's one as well. It can't be just your local blooming law guy sort of thing. It has to be someone that knows the law
yeah,
in copyright law and
and
the
that
law
understands
in
copyright law,
yeah, and who
contract
understands
law,
that yeah,
entertainment law,
and intellectual
intellectual
properties.
property law.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
exactly. Like I said, I understand a lot of those things, but I don't want it's just the nightmare of doing it. You know. No, my daughter wouldn't understand a clue how to do it either, Louise. No, like I said, I, I'm a dumb musician, right? And my daughter is just not academic like that at all in any way, shape, or form like that at all. You know, like I said, I see it's so difficult, isn't it? Because like I said, I've done as much as I could do myself before, and knowing how much steps just that alone took to just do what I did before. That's why I've ended up on YouTube, because all I've got to do is switch a microphone on, switch a bloody camera on, and go live. You know, there's no added complication. It's slow. It's been slow enough progress for me to do little bits as we go. You know, like I've made my shop and I've linked my shop, and you know, I've now got members, and it's all come in sections kind of thing, and I've had time to do each bit. Whereas when you do something like trying to sell them, it's all at once. Everything's all at once. You need to send the list. You need to understand what you're going to say. You need to understand what they're going to say back to you. You know what I mean? There's just so much to it that I don't, without dissing myself, I don't think I've got the intellectual ability for that. You know what I mean? I think I'd get lost in it. And that's what worries me, because I'd need to talk to someone constantly about it so that I knew that what I'm thinking is right. You know, I'd need someone to, if I read something and I'd need to bounce off of someone to make sure that, am I reading this right? Does this mean this? You know, I mean, who wants that as well? Who wants me to keep asking him questions about like that? You know, I need someone that can just do that and so and then tell me that what they've done. Do you see? You know, it's like knowing when someone else is good at a position, right? Like bad bosses are the bosses that try to do everything themselves, right? So I am perfectly willing. Like for instance, even if I found another pianist that could play piano better than me, I'd give that part of it up, and I'd stand there singing while they played the piano. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If they were better than me, you see what I'm saying? And it's the same as if there was someone else that I met that was good at marketing and stuff like that and wanted to help me grow, then I'd embrace that. And I'd quite happily hand that job over to them. They could make some money, I could make some money, whatever. You know, that'd be great. Because I'm willing to give someone give someone. It sounds like I'm doing something for someone. I'm not. It'd be letting someone have a headache. But you know, but that's what I mean, because I know it's going to be a headache, and I haven't got, you know, as it is with this YouTube channel, I've had so little time to write music. The only writing that I get to do is like here on a Tuesday, because obviously my week's full of family stuff as well, you know, and then when I do get to write, it's for like an hour or two of an evening. And I can't just keep going into the night every night doing it, because it just drains you, and it takes it. You can't write, like you can't like I plan nothing, right? Like even with the show, I plan nothing. I didn't come in here with an idea of what I was going to do or nothing, as usual. I always just go by the cuff, and that's how I got to write as well. You can't just go, right, today I'm going to write a record and sit there and do it, because it just, nothing ever works like that. You know, not when you're trying to write a record. So, you know, so I need to be always free to be able to do that. Now, if I'm wrapped up in trying to sell myself permanently, I'm not writing anything. And when I'm not writing anything, I'm not gaining ground or keeping it fresh, or, you know what I mean? So there's so many things. See, and all this is just got my mind going off on tangents now. And when all I want to do is sit here, you know, and do this. You know, that's all I want to do, and sing my little head off, record a bit, you know, write a record. That's me job. That's my job there. Anything past that like the business acumen, I haven't got business acumen. You know, it needs to be someone else that has that business acumen to be able to take it to the next level, sort of thing. All I can do is go with the YouTube flow. You know, that's the best I can do. Yeah, social media sucks. Social media, the whole social media thing sucks.
With that, I'll be right back. Coffee needs to exit the building. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Look into the see, like I said, look into the copyright thing. Double Dutch, absolute double Dutch to me. It's like a new, different language to me. Looking into the copyright thing, you know, I barely understand the YouTube rules and regulations. Ah, yeah. Hello, Anne Hill. Anyway, I just see you there. Hi, how you doing? We're going a bit longer tonight, aren't we? I mean, it's been an extra hour of just talking tonight, because I've got onto the tangent of talking about music. No, I'm not going to take it too seriously, to be honest with you, because, like I said, I went down the road of trying to sell myself, or trying to sell a band, and there was more of us, and there was more to offer. But it was just an absolute nightmare. No one's interested in single artists, you know, karaoke kind of thing almost, isn't it? You know. I am on Facebook, yeah, fake book. I'm on there, but I don't use it. I'm only on there for the, you know, to share the music, because, you know, to try and get it as many places as you can, kind of thing. I'm even on Twitter. I don't use Twitter. I don't use none of these sites. I'm not really interested in social media. The only reason I even came onto YouTube was during the pandemic. You know, I was stuck indoors. What else am I going to do? I mean, I was playing music to myself anyway, and the studio, me being in the studio was just wasted. So, wanted to share what I've done. Yeah, I'm not a social media person at all. That's why I wrote that song. I mean, that's why it starts off. I never believed in meeting online, thinking the impossible thing was making true connections. But I was changed in an instant, in the blink of an eye, with a true connection with the most beautiful soul. That, me getting carried away now. I don't know. I'll say, how would you sell yourself when you just all I want to do is music? And as for selling myself, part of it, what do? Walk up and down the street with a big billboard on me saying, buy my music. It's just weird. It's just a weird thing to do. Even to write an email, I wouldn't even know where to start. Hi, my name's Lee Guilfoyle. I write music. Would you want to buy any? Where do I even start with that? I mean, how many, and not to mention the fact, how many bloody people do you think they've got begging them, asking for the game companies or wherever to buy their music off of them? It's the other thing, isn't it? Yeah, all I can do is do what I do. Like I said, I hate the business side of this sort of thing. As much as I'm doing it as a business now anyway, because I'm monetized by YouTube, and I've got adverts on my content and stuff. But in a year, it says on average, in the last 28 days, I earned £4.70. £4.70 on adverts. So, it's hardly going to make me. You get like something like 4 pence for every 1,000 views. Seriously, 4 pence for every 1,000 views, something silly like that. So it's just ridiculous. You need to get hundreds of thousands or in the millions to make anything at all from the ad campaigns that are on your things. It's really hardly worth it. That's why I asked for Buy Me a Coffees and Patreon, and now I've got members on here, and you can do super chats and super thanks. Even when the video's gone live, you can do super thanks. Of course I'd like to make some sort of living out of it, but like I said, I don't expect to be a millionaire. Just make a little bit of a living. Something that I haven't got to make claims for added money, and stuff, because I don't work, carer for my wife, and that's it. And any money I get for as to being a carer goes into the family. I don't get any of it. Why would I take any of that? There's nothing. Why would I take that out of the family's mouth, sort of thing. Hello, John. How are you doing? home bartender. How you doing? You want going a lot longer, aren't I, tonight? I said no.
We're just
No,
past 4 hours.
yeah, when normally I'm done by now, but like I said, we've been getting hot on this conversation. It's a hot topic, isn't it? You know, of what do. This is why I've turned to sort of like writing music for channels, really, just so the idea of the music gets out there a little bit more. You know, the more channels I can write for, the more chance of me being heard by people, the more chance of me getting subscribers, the more chance of me maybe getting a super chat here and there. You
And
know,
then that's what I'm hoping people will hear. That's great. Where'd you get it?
and there
It's
you
like
go. But
it's in the description.
then
It's in a slide at the end of the video. I'll
But
talk
then there's
about
only
it.
so many music. There's only so much music that I'm gonna have, and only so much music you're gonna end up hearing. You're gonna end up hearing the same stuff round and round and round, and that's why crowds come and go. You know, like they do anywhere. Any of our channels, you get your certain amount of regular people that will come back, but then you'll get loads of other people that only come every now and then. So it's not like you're gonna get permanency, and then therefore then you can't rely on the money. Right, so that even Patreon money, the people come and go. Patreon, there's people that stop paying or don't pay, and you know, I'm not about keep chasing everybody up for that either, am I? Same as memberships. You know, you get people that join and then they'll not join, so you can't rely on that money. You can't make, you know, for instance, you can't make any decisions based on the money, because the money could change. You see, so. Like, I can't make a plan for 2 months' time because I don't know whether I'm going to... This is why I've had to ask for money for the mixing desk and stuff, because I don't know where that's going to... whether money's going to stop coming in. You know, it's a really, really hard thing to do. Because it's all based on donations. And donations, it's not like people are going to regularly give you money. And even if they're giving you money regularly, that doesn't mean that's going to be continuous for the rest of all time, you know, so you can't rely on it, you know. So if I get £30 a month for Buy Me a Coffee members, yeah, collectively, then that £30 a month is not guaranteed. I can't guarantee that, and I can't, you know, live off thinking to myself, well, I can live off of that. No, even if I was making £200 a month, I can't guarantee that £200 a month. I can't go and get a mortgage, and because what if all of a sudden 6 of those members stop coming? You know, stop financially supporting me. You know, so you can't rely on any of this. I need something that'd be reliable, and the only way to do that, like Louise has pointed out, is Salma Bananas. From now on,
Eddie,
records are
thank
called
you for
Bananas.
the
Thank you,
super
Eddie.
chat there.
Thanks, Eddie.
Eddie's a swell guy. I like Eddie a lot.
That goes in the mid pot. That does to pay for me mixing desks. So I've got another mixing desk in backup just in case this one goes now. So because I used to have a backup, but I've used the backup and then had to buy a new one. So because the other one then broke.
I've been there, and you know, when the money was really good and coming in, I bought redundant things. I've got no fewer than 3 microphones and three
Yep.
cameras in here.
Yep.
On my other
Just in
studio
case.
over there, I've got an extra microphone or two, another mixer, because you never know
have
when
to.
something's going to go out.
You have to
and that's just
future-proof.
the nature of
Yes.
these things.
It's like my PC. I'm saving up all my Patreon money has stayed in Patreon. I've got about 360 odd quid in there so far. I need to save up like £1.5 to £2,000 to buy a decent PC that will last me, right? So I'm leaving all that money until I've got enough to buy a new PC. That will then future-proof this one. So this one I'll use until it's, you know, getting dodgy or whatever, and then I'll swap over to the new one, you know. And the same goes for pianos, keyboards, you know, the mixing desk. So I have to have a spare.
Anything mechanical or anything electronic will eventually
all of this stuff.
wear out,
my
tear
amplifier,
up.
that amplifier there is £1,000. The pedal alone is £1,000. That's £2,000 right there, just for those 2 items. And so if they go, there's no more guitar. It's simple, you know. So I have to somehow get the money as well eventually to make sure that I've got backups for those. So it's beg. It's either beg, or somehow win the lottery or get a financial supporter. You know, but then they're going to want paying back, or they're going to want to make a profit off of that money, which is totally
Yeah,
understandable.
I won't name any names, but I have a friend who borrowed, I think it was like $10,000 to start a YouTube channel,
I
and
would not do
he's
that.
still paying that back, and he's been doing it for like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't
And
even
and
think
it's
about doing
a
that.
good channel. It's a popular channel, but it's just you know when you borrow that kind of money, and they expect not only you pay them back, but a return on that investment too. Interest or whatever deal you kind of worked. It can take a while, but it's the nature of the beast. Again, sometimes right place, right time. You got to get lucky. Your fortune smile on you.
And there you go.
God reaches down and tweaks your nose and say, "Here, go do
There, y-
this."
there you go.
And
Yep,
yeah,
yep, yep. Let me just play a little quick video for this lovely Eddie here, because why not, eh?
yeah. Awesome. But Eddie's a great guy. He supports me. He's on all my channels over on 13 Past Midnight when I run the LibriVox, the audio narrations and stuff overnight. He'll sit in there and chat with people all night sometimes. And that's for the people, the insomniacs, the people that can't sleep.
Oh, mate, I really, I mean, look, all us YouTubers, of course, we appreciate it. I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, support is support, and I don't care whether there's 10 people there or
And
30
again,
people
same.
or what.
And even
It's all
just showing up and
just
putting a
showing up
like
and just being
and
here, man, is
subscribing and
supporting
sharing it
me.
out, that's support. So I
Yeah, yeah,
understand that
totally.
people
And like,
have
like I said,
different
that's
financial
why I say
situations.
I'm
And
just a lowly
I do my
musician. I'm
best to
just,
make my own way.
yeah,
When I went to college, I didn't take any student loans or anything like that. I got Pell Grants because you don't have to pay those back. But I worked several part-time jobs. But when I graduated, I didn't owe anybody a dime. And I feel bad for these people that have gone to college and got some just essentially worthless degree, and now they're in the double or triple digits in debt for that.
yes,
And it's
and
not a
sod that.
marketable skill. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah. It's not worth it. It's not
you know,
worth it to you. It's really not. No, I said half the degrees that people go and get now is like in social studies and stuff. What, so they can come out
yeah.
and get a job where?
Yeah, and
Where?
I've heard people say that. Look through the one ads and see how many positions open you see for whatever some of those.
Yeah,
I knew
exactly.
a
What?
girl that lived in marine locked or landlocked Tennessee that had a degree in marine biology. I mean, yeah, there's freshwater lakes and rivers and stuff like that, but it's
You're
just
not going to go in the job center and find somewhere
right.
asking
She
for a
was
marine
working
biologist,
at
are
the
you?
place I was. I was doing computer work. She was the girl at the help desk, and she's got a degree in
Yeah,
marine
exactly.
biology. One of the network support guys, he had a degree in forestry. There's just, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to
All
go to
very well getting
school,
these lovely positions. That's why I did carpentry, right? Because with carpentry, people are always building houses.
you know,
So I did first and second fix. Right?
and
Went from
if you're
boat
going to get
building. Went from boat
educated,
building to first and second
if you're
fix.
going to get an education, get something that's a marketable skill. That's why I
Yeah.
recommend trade school. A college degree doesn't hold the same weight it used to.
No.
But and again, it may not be the type of work you want to do, but plumbing, welding,
Yeah.
pipe fitting, small engine repair,
Yeah.
auto repair, all that stuff. There will always be a need for it as long as we have those things, and there will always be somebody willing to pay you to do those things that they can't do or don't want to do themselves. So
Yeah.
it's a catch 22. It's you can't always do something you love and get paid for it. That's the magic
No,
ticket.
I
But
mean, like I said,
that's the
I'm very
Willy
lucky
Wonka
that
golden ticket right there.
I'm very. Look, I mean, I'm still blessed in a lot of ways. I mean, even though I, right, okay, I don't work through bad circumstances, right? But it's enabled me to be able to do the music full time, right? The problem is, like I said, I'm not about the business side of selling myself. Even though I've had to learn a little bit about things because of I'm doing a YouTube channel now, right? So I've had to sort of like drill in a little bit with that. But when it comes to the selling of the music thing, I've been down that path of trying to sell music, and it was just you cannot get to the people that need to buy it.
That's the thing. Because to get to the people that will buy your music, you need to advertise to 100% of the audience. So, say for instance, even if it was in my own hometown in Southampton, right, in England, I'd have to. There's like 3 million people or whatever in Southampton or whatever it is, right? Or 13 million, something silly like that. So to get my 3% of the marketplace in Southampton, I'd have to advertise to 100% of those people to get my 3%, right? So basically, I'd have to pay 6 times what I'd be able to afford in the first place to be able to get that tiny percentage of people that will buy the music, right? That actually will buy. It's not just people that will come; it'll be people that will buy the music regularly, right? But to get that, I'm going to have to shed out so much money that I'm never going to make it back off of that 3%. Do you see what I'm saying? So it'd just be a pointless effort. See, it's just ludicrous. You can understand how these record companies own the monopoly because they have the backers of the money, so they have all the connections to all the radio stations, so they straight away just hand out these records to the radio stations. The radio stations play these records, they get instant buys, and that covers their money straight away.
And yet they charge the artist for those complimentary albums that they send out. That's built in.
Yep.
They don't pay for anything.
No.
They take it out of the artist's pocket.
They take it out of the artist's pocket.
That's how they make money.
Yep. Yeah.
They own the studio.
If they didn't have artists, they wouldn't make any money because they'd be nobody without the artists.
Yeah. They own the studio. They charge you for time recording their album that you're making
the problem
in their
is,
studio with their engineer, and their producer.
Yeah, and they charge you for that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? What cracks me up is, though, it's the musicians that have made this happen because they didn't fight hard enough for their own intellectual property in the first place because they were young. This is why the industry likes to get hold of you when you're young. Because when you're young, you're a dipshit and you don't know anything about the industry, and they flash this £3 million thing at you, and you're like, "Oh my God, £3 million! Ooh!" Because you don't understand what that involves and what that means. You know, you think you're going to be rich now. I'm rich now. No, you're not. That's not even your money, mate. That's money you've got to spend on getting your album out.
That's an advance based on future sales.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can be upside down in that, and they like to keep you that way. You're indebted to them.
The deal needs to be you shed out all this money for the thing, and I'll pay you that money back once we've made the money, right? But you get 5% of sales out of my records. You know, so the companies can get 5% out of it. That should be enough to cover what they lend. You know what I mean? Because they'd have to then work for you to get that money back. They'd have to sell you.
Well, and they do have people that will promote you, that will get you out there, but they charge you for their time. That's part of all built into.
But that's what you say, right, this is the deal. You get 5% of whatever my albums sell for. Right, but you do all the selling, you do the paying for the studio, you do all the marketing. I just get my 95%, mate, of every record that's sold.
If it only worked that way.
Yeah, well, then they don't have me, do they?
That's right.
And then what would they be? Because if every musician said that, they wouldn't have a business, right. And they wouldn't be able to use people.
And that's happening in the industry to some degree. There are a lot of people doing this and like foregoing the middleman. Like I said, they don't need a record company. You have people that have these Cinderella stories that started out on YouTube and built a following, built a crowd, and then the record company started courting them and offering them, huge amounts of money and things. They had better contracts, but yeah, the ones where they that first contract that they lock a lot of people into. Where you don't own any, you don't own your
exactly.
And Louise will know what I'm talking about.
You don't even own your own face,
own your name, your mechanicals, your publishing rights, the lyrics, all that. You don't. You signed away everything.
Yeah, just
not even realize because you saw the contract and sign on the line, join the Illuminati, and
but
be
it's
one
because,
of us.
it's because they always catch people when they're young and naive. And they're not going to tell them that that's what they're doing, are they? Because they're there to make
Oh,
money.
of course not. That's
So of course,
the least you know, the better. Just sign here.
And
Don't
exactly,
ask
the
questions.
teenagers now have got stars in their eyes. You know, they got this dream of stardom and having their name said around the world and stuff like that, right? Well, that's all very well, mate. People know your name, but that's not going to pay your way for the rest of your life, mate. You know, music, the music industry is a sick place, mate. It's a sick place. You know. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. Because we've had a good one, haven't we?
We've had a good one tonight, and I love this time that we spend together. And just to see the process at work, and then to hear your thoughts and ideas on stuff. You're real deal. You're a stand-up guy, and I appreciate the candor and the just the genuineness of you, and you're good at what you do, and I believe you're going to be successful. I really do. I believe that with all my heart.
Success is measured in different ways. I'm
Yeah.
still successful anyway. I'm a successful
you're
father
right.
for a start.
There you
I'm a
go. I
successful
meant
husband.
successful at this.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah.
I see success is measured in different ways. I'm a successful songwriter. I've written songs. It doesn't matter whether they're million selling songs. It doesn't matter. I've still successfully written them. This is how it would come across as arrogant, isn't it? Because I'm saying things like that. No, I'm just confident.
But it's all true. You speak
it's
the
just
truth.
truths. It's just truths. I have written records. I have produced records. I have mastered them. I've mixed them. I've put them together. You know. Excuse me, coughing. But you know, so that is still success. You know, I'm a successful musician because I've been paid for it as well. I've been a professional musician because I've been paid for it. I've been paid by boat companies. I've been paid by breweries. I've been paid by clubs.
When you've earned that first
parties,
pound, you
know.
were a professional at that point. If
There
you
you
took
go.
money for
There
what
you
you
go.
did, you're a professional.
There you go, right? And even now, people are donating towards me. That's paying me. YouTube's now paying me for the pittance that I get, you know. But you know, it's still pay. It's still pay. So that still classes you as a professional. Now, from a professional point of view, that doesn't mean that. See, just saying that statement doesn't mean that I'm going to make anything of being a professional. It just means that I am. So at least it's put a little stamp on me now. I can say, yeah, I'm a professional musician. But I'd still feel guilty about saying that to anybody outside of here. You know what I mean? Everybody here can say, yeah, Lee, you're a professional. You know what you're doing and stuff like that because you've listened to my rants. You've watched me create. You've listened to a lot of records that I've done, right? So you can do that. But if I speak to anybody else out on the street, if I went, for instance, to the job centre, right, and they said, what do you do? And I said to them, I'm a professional musician, right, and then said to them, I've got a YouTube channel and that I've played in a few gigs, they wouldn't give two shits about that. That mean nothing to them, you know? It's no accolade. Put it that way, it's no accolade, you know? Anyway, I am going to shoot. So I'm going to mute us both because we can't have this playing and yeah, because I have to share the volume, and as you know, it doubles up, and you'll hear it. But anyway, thanks, my friend, for being with me again.
Thank you for being here.
And I'm
again.
enjoying writing. I'm
Love
enjoying
to
writing
watch
music
you
for your
in
channel.
the
I really
creative
am.
process there. I'm astounded. I couldn't do what you do if my life depended on it. It would take me years and years, more than years that I've got to learn what you already know.
Yeah, it's only because I've spent the time though. You know,
That's it.
I've spent that time. I've
That's
spent
the
hours
secret.
and hours and hours in the studio. You know, I've sat in this chair, in this position there many hours. You know, like especially when I've done an album, and I'm sat here for week after week after week after week, mixing, mastering. You know, getting it just how I want it to sound. You know, and even then, you're never completely happy, but you let it go because otherwise you're just going to spend forever on it, and then you can overcook it, and that's just never a
Definitely.
good thing either.
I've done that. I like to paint, and I'm not a painter at all. I have sold some pieces, but it's just sometimes just knowing when it's done. Like, oh, one more stroke. I want to add this one. No, it's done. Don't put it away. Don't look at it. Don't touch it. It's a finished product. That sometimes is knowing even in writing sometimes. So that story's finished. There's not anything I could change, not anything that's going to
Yeah,
make it
that's
better
it.
if I add to or take away.
That's it.
Just it
Yeah,
is what it is, and go on to the next thing.
yeah. Oh well.
But thank you
That
for
is
your
what it is,
time,
mate.
sir.
It is
And
what it
thank you
is.
for allowing me to be
One day,
here
mate.
to witness this.
I'll put a record up somewhere and it'll go viral,
It could
and then
happen.
people will buy it.
It could
But
happen.
I have to put it somewhere where it can be bought first, which I think is going to have to be Bandcamp. I think because and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell people here that I've got a Bandcamp, and they can go and buy a record.
It's a good setup over there. It doesn't work for me for what I do for the spoken word stuff. That's not what people are there for.
No,
They're
it's
there
for music, isn't it?
But for
Bandcamp is
independent
music.
bands, I've discovered so many great bands. Terry Brown was talking about some bands that he discovered over there. I've got people that I subscribe to their Bandcamp feed, and yeah, I can listen for free. But for a nominal fee, I can download that. I can have a copy of it. I can buy a physical copy of it. They
Yeah.
also have merch, mugs, T-shirts. This,
Oh
that, and the
right, I
other.
say, so I can do quite a
There's
few things over there, can I?
yeah,
Okay.
it's, and I can show you what I know, which I know the inner
Well,
workings
we'll have
of
to
it.
we'll have to have a meeting one day, you and I, and just a
But
normal
it
get together.
wasn't a viable
on
platform
StreamYard.
for what I do, but I think it would be perfect for you.
Okay, well I'll have to look into that. That's my next step. To be fair, at least then, Louise, I'm actually doing something to try and sell it myself.
We'll get
rather
him there,
than,
Louise.
But as for the approaching games companies thing, I mean that's just beyond me. I
Well,
wouldn't
I've
even
got
know
some
where to
friends
start.
that are professional gamers. Let me talk to them and see if they know anybody on the inside and who you would need to. You get past the
Yeah, like I
gatekeeper to
said,
get somebody to hear.
if I had an inside edge and someone that could come to my show, watch what I do, listen to some of the stuff on Radio 1FA, and then be able to judge by that whether they could without even having to say anything to me, because I'd rather them just not say anything to me and walk away and go, nah, none of that's no good for us. You know what I mean? I'd rather that than hear someone's trope about saying about how great I am and then never buying anything, never having anything to do with me. Do you know what I mean? Because I've had so many people tell me that, blow sunshine right up my jacksie, tell me what they could do for me as well, and they've never really done a bean for me. They've got me a gig in a bloody restaurant or something, right, with people eating fricking dinner there while telling me they're going to make me a star, right? It's like, what the hell is this? That was the level of one of the people that actually took me on.
It's just like any industry that trades on creative things, so the film industry, the music industry, the publishing industry. It's full of snakes and weasels and everything else in between.
Yeah, I'll have to look into the copyright thing for. I don't. Like I said, what do I do? Write a list to myself. Write every record on a list. Send it to myself, and then. But I'd have to send myself 2 copies. One that I can open, and one that I leave sealed. Yeah, is that how I do it? I don't know. See, I'd need an actual conversation with you, Louise. You could explain to me, and I could listen to words and have a conversation, rather than having to read texts and trying to make, head nor tail out of what you're saying. Because obviously you can only use so many words for a start, so you kind of have to throw out little comments here and there, and I don't always catch everything. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you've been fantastic tonight. I thank you very much for hanging
Thanks
out.
everyone for hanging out with us and
It's
listening.
been a bit of a hectic
and
night,
witnessing this.
after all,
But
hasn't it?
it was progressive though. You got stuff done. It's brilliant, and I can't wait till next Tuesday.
Well, at least, at least, like I said, we got some more music done, didn't we? A couple more little pieces. The album's going to be quite a big album, is maybe up to 20 records. You don't know yet, so when we think we've had
That's a double album right there.
Yeah, but it's a different thing when you're
the
talking
gatefold
just
sleeve.
music. And
Yeah, I know.
the reason I'm giving you so much is so you've got so much to choose from. Then
And I love
you've
that.
got
And
different flavors to be able to
I
choose from.
can't thank you enough or
That's what I
help
want.
you and promote you enough, my friend. And I'll give you
Like I
what
said, you
little
do
bit
your
about
bit.
copyright information that I know, but those ID3 tags are essential because that's embedded in the file. And yeah, they can be edited and changed, but if you've got your time and date stamped original stored somewhere safe,
which they are in the files. As
there you go.
I'm saving them here, don't forget, as I'm writing them, and
That's
all the other ones that I've
irrefutable.
written in the past, they've all got
That is
data stamps on them,
irrefutable. And
timestamps.
back that up, put it on a
Yep.
cloud somewhere, put it on like I said, a thumb drive that you put away. The more
Yep.
places you have it, the less likely you are to ever not have it. 'Cause
Well, that's
I've
it. See,
lost
that's another
stuff.
thing I need to do is I need to get a solid state hard drive
Yeah,
to
I've
back
lost
up my
stuff
hard
from hard
drive.
drive crashes, pictures of my parents, pictures of my
Yep.
daughter when she was little, when I got my first digital camera, back in the 90s.
Yep.
Gone forever, thanks to,
Yep.
I
Yeah,
won't
I
mention the
can't.
company
I
name,
mean,
but
I had a 2-year loss once
the
because
hard
of that.
drive failed. And there are companies that can go in and recover parts or maybe all of it, but they want like $1,000. At
Yeah,
that time, I didn't
exactly.
have $1,000. And
Exactly. See,
those
again,
memories are
everybody
still
wants.
here, but
Yeah,
they're not where I can look
they're
at
not
them.
physical.
Yeah, and I hate that because my daughter's grown. She'll be 33. My parents passed away almost 20 years ago. I'd love to have those pictures and stuff back, but they're long
Yep.
gone. So
And that's it. Yeah. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been fantastic. Thanks once again, Steve.
namaste.
And moderators, members, thank you very much. You're all absolutely wonderful people. And I
Thanks,
do
everyone.
appreciate you all being here. It's like I said, chuffs me. At least I know I'm wanted by someone. That's good, isn't it? So thank you very much, and we'll see you Thursday. Well, Thursday's just about chatting. So at least I'll be in the chat. I can listen to every word you say. Yeah. So if you want to come and talk to me, Louise, on Thursday on Radio 1FA, back to back original tracks. If you want to come
I like
and
that.
spend some time in there, I'll have a chat with you on Thursday. On text. I know I hate that, but I'll try and get through it.
Thank you, Louise.
Yeah, no worries, man. You stick there for a minute. Anyway, I'll have a chat with you in a minute.
There's
The only time that matters is now.